Hello and welcome everyone to today's Grant Writing and Funding Workshop 2025. It's great to be with you, whether it's in the morning, as it is here in the United States, the afternoon, or the evening. We are so happy that you could be with us today to be a participant in today's one-day workshop. Now, we have a lot of things that we're going to get to over the course of this workshop, so we're going to launch right into today's session. By way of introduction, my name is Professor Peter Padar. I'm the Executive Director of the Leaders of Africa Institute. My background is in international development, and within the space of international development, I focus on issues surrounding the politics, specifically the politics of African countries. My research focus is on a variety of different themes, including democracy, elections, and human rights. And my work spans over 8 African countries, including the regional organizations of Africa, such as the African Union, the East African Community, SADC, ECOWAS, and alike. I am also a research methodologist, a data scientist, and somebody who does a lot of work involving research surveys. But in addition to my research background, as I mentioned, I am the Executive Director of the Leaders of Africa Institute, and it is my pride to welcome scholars as well as participants to our flagship programs and workshops from over 45 different countries across the globe, some of which you can see on your screen here. Now, what brings together scholars and participants such as yourselves across our flagship programs and workshops is a belief that research and social innovation can help us solve some of the great challenges we face today. And there are many different challenges that we face today, including issues surrounding our food systems and food security, issues surrounding energy, stability, and issues surrounding our economic future, both past and future, issues surrounding the burdens on our growing public health systems, climate change, which affects a variety of different areas, and educational achievement gaps, as well as a variety of other important challenges that we face today, some of which that you're interested in yourself. And what brings people together is using research and social innovation to solve some of these great challenges. Now, in confronting some of these challenges, as you know, it requires resources, whether it be research related activities that we're hoping to carry out, or whether it has to do with programmatic or social innovation ideas that we want implemented in our countries, in our local communities, and in our world. We need to have resources to be able to do that. And many of us face some resource constraints, both at home and in our local communities and in our countries. And so when we think about solving some of these resource concerns, we can turn to a lot of different actors that are out there. Some of those actors are internal actors, including universities or NGOs or agencies. Some of us turn to domestic or national actors, such as national funds, national agencies, research and innovation councils, and local philanthropies. Whereas others of us turn to mobilize resources at the more international areas in international institutions, foreign governments, global institutions and foundations, and global charities. In other words, we're trying to mobilize resources for our research and our social innovation from a variety of different places and a variety of different actors and audiences that are out there. Now, when we look at some of these variety of different actors that we may be trying to reach when it comes to raising funding, we can notice that there is a great variation in our abilities to raise the kind of significant resources we may need to carry out our research and our social innovations. So, for instance, if we look across the globe here at the amount in which countries are spending domestically on research and development as an average of GDP over the periods of 2010 to 2024, one of the things that you can see here is that there's a great variation, with a high amount of GDP being spent in North America, East Asia, in the Pacific, the European Union, Middle East, North Africa, Latin America, Caribbean, South Asia, and then after that, we would say the African continent. In other words, there's a great variation in terms of the amount in which countries themselves are putting behind their resource exploits. Now, if we delve beyond the regional differences to some country level differences with a focus on the African continent and the global south, we can see that there's a great variation that is present here. So we take on the higher end, we have countries like the United States that has traditionally invested over 3% of its GDP in research and development, and we can see 2.2% for the United Kingdom, 2.2% in France. But in comparison, many of the African countries in this graphic that you can see on your screen are just focusing on sort of the big four plus Ghana here. You can see that Egypt invests about 0.7% of its GDP, South Africa same, Kenya 0.6%, Ghana 0.4%, Nigeria 0.3%. So we can see there's significant variation, and it's an important thing to mention here is that the GDP of each of these countries varies as well. So if you're spending 3% of a lot, it's a lot more than 3% of a smaller amount as well. So we know that there are significant funding gaps globally when it comes to the amount in which countries are putting behind research as well as social innovations. Now, these gaps that we see here, a lot of governments are trying to close some of these gaps, sometimes in some creative ways. For instance, in the country of Kenya, there has been a lot of conversation now, particularly in the higher education and education space, in the higher ed space, about engaging in what they call revenue-generating activities. In other words, ways in which higher education can be able to generate revenues to sustain itself and to sustain its research pursuits. But many people are quite cautious about this route because in many ways it's a way for the government not to actually invest in the important research and development that is required and instead allow it over to academic entrepreneurs to be able to mobilize the resources in their own way. So we see this approach to this as well. But beyond the domestic level and domestic trends, we can also see that the international space in which many of us are interested in mobilizing resources is also facing some considerable concerns. As you know, earlier in this year, particularly precipitated by the President of the United States, there have been some significant cuts to foreign aid and research and development, both internationally and I'll also say both as well as domestically as well. And unfortunately, these cuts, which in many courts in the United States have been declared as illegal or very concerning, have led to some crises when it comes to the ability to mobilize funds and resource for development work, for research work, for social innovations. So we can just focus on a couple of areas here, and I know many of you are interested in the areas, broadly speaking, in public health. And public health, global health awards account for 12% of the awards on the list, but a majority of all unobligated funding were cut. And 80% of the global health awards are listed as terminated, totaling $12.7 billion in unobligated funding. And this comes from the Kaiser Family Foundation, which monitors public health projects and public health spending in the United States. So we can see the deep scope to which these funding cuts have happened just in the space of the public health space. And you can see some of the areas in which that has taken place. In addition to that, we've seen cuts on a broader level in USAID, focusing on areas surrounding climate change, surrounding areas surrounding environmental protection, and other areas that we may be interested in. And of course, in my position here at the Leaders of Africa Institute, I strongly dissent and actually believe the President of the United States is a pretty thin-skinned and poor leader. But beside what I think, or what many others may think of his activities, there are some significant concerns when it comes to the ability to mobilize resources for the projects that we care about. And that's going to influence our conversations to some extent today when we talk about mobilizing funds in this workshop. Now, outside of these different spaces, both domestic as well as international, we have seen the rise of some alternative actors in the funding space, some of which you've interacted with, I'm sure of, to this point. And these are alternatives to government and international institution and include a lot of different private entities, including the MasterCard Foundation, the Gates Foundation, as well as others that are focused on the more private equity front, such as Village Capital or Ingeni, for instance, right? These are all both charities as well as accelerators, as well as private equity and venture capital that have moved into the spaces of funding research as well as social innovations. Now, there's a great possibility for some of these different actors to play a substantial role in mobilizing resources for the things that we would like to do. However, as we've seen over time, some of these actors can be highly engaged and engaged over long periods of time, whereas others of these actors tend to be a bit less engaged or engaged in ways that we might find concerning to our ability to do our research independently and successfully, as well as our social innovation work. So there are a lot of debates about these different types of actors when it comes to their abilities to fund and be active and equal participants in the work that we are doing. So there are a variety of different actors that are involved here, but regardless of these actors, domestic, international, and also private that we may be engaging, one of the key things that we think about quite a lot in mobilizing resources and in grant writing and funding is the importance of communicating our value of our work to our stakeholders and society, right? Many of us are researchers or social innovators who are coming up with great ideas that sometimes reside in our labs or in academic papers, or for those of us that are social innovators that rely in our testing space, in our creation of our minimally viable products, right? A lot of us sort of are in that kind of bubble or space. But it's really important as we think about mobilizing resources to engage a broader set of stakeholders. And those stakeholders may be policymakers, maybe people who make decisions, but they also may be society and citizens at large, particularly as key stakeholders in budgetary or other processes in our own context. So it's our goal to translate our research and our social innovations into these spaces. And those who are able to mobilize significant resources are able to communicate effectively to these different actors and be able to show their value and their worth. I'll give you one example of this, a broad example of this, and the effectiveness and the importance of translating our work to a broad audiences of stakeholders. And this comes from space research. Many of us know that space research is really important because the ability to mobilize resources in space have an impact in a variety of different ways, in security ways, in ways of telecommunication, of connectivity right now. If you think about all the initiatives that involve in some ways space. And for a long time, a lot of people have been concerned about the costs and the research and development that it's required to engage in space-related activities. But one of the arguments of proponents of space-related research has always been that in exploring the frontiers of space, it has caused us to spur a lot of innovations that aren't just germane to the space, but actually influence us here in the terrestrial space, right? In other words, we're creating actual things that can be applied on Earth that we may be creating for space, right? And you can see some of those innovations here. Everything to a mini vacuum, to the phone that we see on our smartphones, to special scratch-resistant lenses, to the ability to have foil blankets to keep people warm, who go into shock, to water purification systems. A lot of these innovations have grown out of research and development investments in exploring space. But of course, to keep that research and innovation continuing, we have to communicate to our societies, to our stakeholders, how that is of value to everyday people, right? Through these everyday innovations that have been garnered, right? Now, I'm pretty sure that none of us are focusing on space. I think there are maybe one or two of us that have somewhat related space-related activities. But it is our goal to do something very similar, right? Our goal is to be able to translate to our audience that we are bringing value and that we're bringing something materially important in their lives through our research, through our social innovation. And so this leads me to the laws of grant writing and funding that we're going to be talking about today, before we get into our introductions, further introductions of ourselves. And those three laws of proposal writing that dovetail nicely with this introduction to the workshop are, when it comes to funding, it is about your idea, so the idea that we're trying to translate into that value for stakeholders, and it's about you. And that's actually where today's workshop is going to begin, which is going to be all about you and yourself and communicating your value and your worth. The second law of proposal writing, as we'll talk about today, is that quality communication of your ideas showcases your competency and expertise, as well as your cross-cultural understanding. Because one of the key parts of grant writing and funding is cross-cultural communication. As I mentioned in the introduction, when we engage funders that are domestically, we may be engaging them in a similar cultural context. But when we're engaging stakeholders who may be in the East or the West or the North or the South of this globe, there may be certain cultural or other norms that we have to be aware of and that need to be reflected in the type of engagements that we have with stakeholders. So we're going to talk a bit about that today. And the final law of proposal writing, if we can say that, is the more resources you have mobilized in the past, the more you are likely to mobilize in the future. In other words, sometimes it can be very challenging to get our foot in the door with funders and to be able to get that first opportunity to demonstrate the importance of our work with the financial resources that we need to carry it out. But once we've done that, and once we've carried out those projects, we've proved that we're able to make good on the commitments that we've made to our funders and to our stakeholders, broadly speaking, we're able to be rewarded more of those opportunities, right? And I know some of you have received those opportunities in the past. As we know from our registration and from your applications to be a part of today's workshop, many of you have mobilized some significant resources. But we also know that some of us here have not, are just at sort of the beginning phases of their ability to mobilize those resources. And so that is an important thing for us to reflect on in today's workshop, and we look forward to having that conversation here today. So with that introduction to today's workshop, we're going to turn it over to our other facilitators for today's session, who are the same facilitators, part of the facilitation team for the full grant writing and funding program, who are with us today. And that is myself as one of the facilitators today, as well as Prof. Eda Mercy Aki, as well as Prof. Jalili Agana Adebi. And at this time, I'm going to have them introduce themselves, starting with Prof. Eda. Good to see you, Prof. Eda, and happy afternoon.
Good to see you, Prof. Peter, and hello to everyone. Truly, I agree with you. The challenges that we face are actually enormous. And one underlying assumption is that we increase educational participation so that we can actually have build human capital, have active citizens that can begin to solve these challenges that we all face. And that is where I come in with my interest in education. I am Eda Mercy Aki, an associate professor in educational administration. I'm also I'm affiliated to the University of Buea, that's in Cameroon, Africa. And I'm the Vice Dean in charge of Studies and Student Affairs in the Faculty of Education. So, so far, I've secured funding that is focused on improving literacy and also tilting educational participation towards a purpose-driven approach. And I'm particularly interested in how access to education through activities through services like admission can be improved so that educational participation really is geared towards reducing the challenges that we face. Nice to meet you all. I'm excited to be here and I'm looking forward to a very great workshop. All right, let me pass on to Prof. Jelili Ghana.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Ita and Prof. Peter for doing a very brilliant and eloquent presentation that set the rhyme for today's workshop. My name is Professor Jelili Adebiyi, otherwise known as Prof. Ghana. During the course of our conversation, you will be hearing Peter and Prof. Ita refer to me as Prof. Ghana, Prof. Ghana, Prof. Ghana. He's the same guy, not any other person. As you can see on the slide, my expertise revolves broadly around the issue of sustainability. And when I use the word broadly, I mean it in the true sense of the matter, because my research revolves around almost anything you can think about in the area of sustainability, starting from the agri-food aspect of sustainability, which is a major focus of my research in the first 1.5 decades of my career as a scientist. And since then, my research has expanded to embrace other aspects of sustainability, including the issue of plastic waste. And as some of you might be aware of, single-use plastic, especially nanoplastic, and microplastic, they are becoming a menace, not just to the planet, but a threat to the continued well-being of humans as a whole. Now we are beginning to see microplastic in people's blood. We are beginning to see nanoplastic in people's brain. And we are also beginning to see microplastic in people's intestine and stomach. Even we are beginning to see microplastic and nanoplastic in people's sperm. So you can begin to see that we are dealing with a massive crisis. And within the next 2 or 3 years, plastics will become the most common thing you are going to find in our water bodies, especially in our major lakes and oceans in the world. So meaning that the population of plastic in our water, we overcome the population of fish, which is a tremendous issue. And that's why my research of recent has also revolved around the issue of plastic waste and plastic consumption and recycling habits. So I've been doing some research about plastic in the United States and in Africa, starting with Nigeria. In addition to that, my research, there's also a behavioral science element to my research that requires investigation of how people make decisions in different ecosystems related to sustainability. Part of this is investigating how people make decisions about the use of sustainable technologies and innovation. And I've done considerable research in the aspect of decision making. I'm also interested, and I've been working on issues related to waste management in all forms, including the aspect of food waste. And we have about 6 different kinds of research currently ongoing, interrogating different aspects of food waste, including the possibility of diverting and increasing the compostability of food waste coming out of household and business-facing entities. So we've been doing some research on that. And in this aspect of research, there is something that also dovetails with my behavioral science part of my callings, which is how do we increase the recycling of compostable, the creation of clean compostable materials from household. So I create knowledges, I'm trying to resolve the unsettled scientific issues about how we create knowledges to influence recycling and composting behavior. We've been doing a lot of research in this area, collaborating with government, non-governmental entities in the United States in particular, trying to figure out how we can actually use knowledges to improve the ability of people to generate clean compostable materials and to recycle more materials. So there is that component piece of my research. And I do several other things as well. And my research generally have taken me, just like my educational background, has taken me to different continents because I was educated on 3 different continents. In Africa, I was educated in Asia, and I was also educated in the United States. And each of these spaces I've also worked. My research has also taken me to different parts of the world, including several countries in Africa, including in the US. And I'm so glad, like other co-facilitator of the Leaders of Africa's Institute team, to be with you today as the Associate Director of the Institute and as a co-founder. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be part of your journey and to learn with you, and that you have also provided us to learn with us. And we believe it's going to be an eternally beneficial relationship. Thank you so much, and welcome to this amazing section.
Wonderful. Thanks, Prof. Ghana, Prof. Etta, for your introductions. And now we introduce a little bit about our workshop today, as well as get to know you just a bit in today's session. As you know, all of you applied for the Grant Writing and Funding Program. We received applications from across the globe, in which there are presently in our grant writing and funding program 125 grant writing scholars across different communities within the grant writing program, because there are certain what we call cohort communities within that program. That program is ongoing, and it began at the last part of April of this year. And now we have also, in addition to those who are participating in programming, 225 workshop participants. In other words, those who are invited to participate in today's one-day workshop, in addition to those who selected this as the option that was best for them. And we are representing over 30 countries here with a variety of different research and social innovations areas, including public health, education, economics, communication, social science, evaluation, development, environmental issues and conservations. A variety of different issues are here represented in our group today. And so thank you for applying, and congratulations on being invited to be part of today's one-day workshop. Now, we do only have today to work together as we look at this issue of grant writing and funding. And so today's session will last in total about 4 hours in length. And we're going to be covering a lot of ground today, I can say. But before we cover that ground, we do want to first begin with a little bit of about you. So I'm going to put on my screen the survey link. I'm going to put in the chat. This is a survey link for us to tell us just a little bit about yourself. I know some people have been introducing themselves in the chat, but we like to use this survey because it not only lets us know what you're interested in, but it also lets us know where you are joining us from, because you are going to appear on the map as we show the map start to roll out. So I invite you to open up that survey link and just take a moment to fill it out. It asks you where you're joining us from, what you're most excited about, something interesting about you, and then a song or two that you may like. So something on the lighter note, because here at the Institute, as much as we are intensely focused on these challenges and the work that we're doing and mobilizing resources, we also like to have a good time and get to know each other as well, as more than just the researcher or social innovation, but the person that is behind that. So we welcome you to open up that survey right now. So I'll invite you to share that. I'm putting that in the chat right here. So please open that up. And we're going to take about a minute. We'll give you about a minute. So no long answers. Just keep them short. Keep them brief for the sake of time. I'm going to play a little bit of music, and then we'll come back in just a minute's time. All right, and we can see those results rolling in from across the globe. I'm going to refresh the map here, and we can see how we are a geographically diverse group. So you can see on your screen the map locations. Some of them may be off in case you're using a VPN that routes your internet through another direction. But we can start off here in Kenya at the center here. We have Job. who's joining us there from Kenya. Loves to dance, loves the music of Sauti Sol, as do I. So that's lovely to hear. And then is interested in issues surrounding the environment, renewable energy, and sustainable development. Welcome to you. We're going to just do a few of you here. Let's go down to what looks like Malawi here. Dumasani is joining us there. Interested in preventative health, is a football fanatic. Perhaps you can share in the chat, Dumasani, what is your favorite football team? That we'd love to know. And then is interested in generating new evidence that improves health. So welcome to you, and feel free to share your favorite football team. I'll say the interesting thing about me is that I follow a football team in the English league that is not your typical team. That team is Aston Villa. So it's a team that's been good in the last couple of years, but traditionally has struggled. So I am also a football fan as well. All right, let's go next door to Zambia. We have Natalie joining us there, interested in education, access, and development, likes cats, and would like to start a project that supports high-achieving low-income students to access experiential research in high school. That is an absolutely wonderful idea. And loves the music by Ira Starr, All the Love. Great, excellent. We got some good Afrobeats selections here. That are being shared. And let's go next door to Zimbabwe. We have Peter, who's joining us from there. My namesake, interested in health, child welfare, social protection, and then is most excited about changing the world. All right, that's a big one, and indeed admirable. Let me refresh the page, and we'll see that we are now increasing in our numbers on our map here, which is lovely to see, from all continents. Let's go here to India, and we have Kriti, who is joining us from India. Loves loves her interests are podcasts, music, and the outdoors. Loves eating chocolate and breaking it into equal pieces, and likes the song Iris by the Go-Go Dolls, and is interested in educating children from underserved communities. So you can see some overlapping interest here, particularly the interest of translating our research into actual ways in which we can help people out and build our resilient communities. Let's go here to what looks like Cote d'Ivoire. We have Kosi Massan, who is joining us there, and is interested in issues surrounding climate adaptation and migration, and loves the song We Are the World, the Michael Jackson hit that I'm sure most of us are well aware of. Let's go here to Madagascar. We have Raza Manamaro, who's joining us from Madagascar, interested in issues surrounding biodiversity, and policy and supporting indigenous people. She would like to run a project on baobab conservation in Madagascar. And for those of us that don't know, baobab is a tree. So it's a type of very iconic tree for those of us that have not heard of that. Let's go up here to the Netherlands, and we have Mohammed, who's joining us there. Loves sort of issues surrounding research, social innovation, and sustainability, is a non-conformist. Good. Excellent. And let's go down here to Kinshasa. We have Asina, who is joining us there, interested in girls' education and specifically training teachers. Looks forward to building a school and loves rap songs. Great. Excellent. And I'm going to refresh it again, and you'll see the world continues to grow. And if you don't see your little spot on the map, that may be because the location wasn't working in the app. That's perfectly fine. We still received your response. We still are able to get to know you a little bit. So I'm going to just do a couple more. And while I'm doing these last couple more, I'm going to ask you to turn on your cameras, which we're going to allow everyone to turn on their cameras in just a moment here. So be prepared to turn on your camera. Let me actually ensure that that is an option for everyone. So we're going to invite you to turn on your cameras because we're going to take a workshop photo here before we get into our material. But while you're turning on your cameras, let me continue to be going around the world. And so we'll see here. Let me refresh again. And then I'm going to zoom in the southern tip here in South Africa. So let's go here. And we have a number of observations in Southern Africa. Let's go here to Joburg. And we have Nakutha, who's joining us there, interested in climate justice, environmental protection, and also is interested in mobilizing researchers now to establish a network of eco clubs and township schools. That's wonderful to hear. So an intersection between the environment and education, and likes and talks to plants. They're the old friends, and I swear some of them respond with better energy. Okay, so if we're interested in that energy, then we will have to go to our friend Nakuthla. Wonderful. So interested in the environmental issues. Let's go next door to Lesotho. We have Itumelang, who is joining us there. She's interested in climate adaptation and mitigation. She is scared of the future. Okay. There are a lot of things we can be scared of, so that does make sense. Not all of us can say, well, I can't wait for the future. Well, there are a lot of things that are quite disruptive these days, and a lot of things to make sense of these days. So that's okay, and that's understandable, and is really excited about being part of this workshop. And we're also really happy and excited to facilitate. Let's go to Gaborone. Here we have Kena Lagasi, who is joining us there, interested in conservation anthropology and is a social scientist, conservationist, right? So you can see that a lot of us are interested in this issue of climate adaptation in the environment. And that makes sense because there is a lot of resources and mobilization of funds in this space, a lot of energies and pledges that have been put behind solutions in this particular space. So there's a lot of opportunities there, and it makes sense that a lot of us would be interested in mobilizing some of these resources in those spaces. So keep those responses going. We're going to turn to our photograph now, but at the end of today's session, if we have time, we'll return to some of those introductions. But you can clearly see that represented here in today's session, just like our the flagship program, the grant writing and funding program, we do come from all over and every corner, bringing that knowledge and experience together as we're able to interact and share experiences and learn together. That's what we do here at the Institute. So let us take that photo. So I'll invite you to turn on your camera at this time. You do not need to have your camera on for today's whole session. It is a long session, as I mentioned at the outset. So we understand that, but feel free to turn it on at this time. And we're going to take a brief opening photograph here. And let's load up the picture taker. All right, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and Banku. So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, Banku. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and Banku. And if you aren't able to turn on your camera or be part of the picture, that's perfectly fine, okay? At least we got a good number of us on the photos, which we'll share with you in addition to the recording for today's session. So you're welcome to turn off your camera at this time. In the grant writing and funding program, we have a lot of discussion, so we have our camera and we do a lot of small group work. But because we have one day and we are a fairly large group, you can feel free to turn off your camera, engage with us in the chat, and we will have some times for us to do some discussion as we look at some of your ideas. Let's talk a little bit before we get into the content of our workshop. We just have a few minutes before the hour in which we're going to dive into our first key theme of today's workshop. We do want to give you a little bit of history about this program as well as the Institute as well. And as you know, most of us are here, as we shared on our Get to Know You survey, because we're really interested to mobilize resources. And we know that resources are important for research and social innovation. So the key motivation for this workshop today and the full program is the need to be able to mobilize those resources. The second area is to be able to confront challenges and succeeding in grant funding competitions, which are oftentimes highly competitive. So some of the things that we're going to be sharing in today's workshop are to get you to be thinking about yourself, not just as a grant writer, but thinking about, or a funding proposal writer, but somebody who's going to be competitive in that process, and acknowledge that this process is in fact competitive, just like it was to get into today's workshop, to be invited to participate. And then the final thing is a belief in reorienting societal values and telling the story of our present and future impact, right? We also believe that part of this journey in mobilizing resources is our engagement with stakeholders and society, as we mentioned at the beginning of today's opening lecture. Now, the journey to 2025 evolves around our scholars across our flagship program, particularly our research methods program and our grant writing and funding program, who have been able to secure significant amount of funding for their research and their social innovation work. And this program or workshop began as a module within our research methods program a number of years ago, and then it gained a status as a full program last year and is in its second year as a full program as one of the big 4 flagship programs here at the Institute. Now, we're here in the workshop version of that today, which is just one day, whereas the research methods program and the grant writing funding program are programs that last over the course of 3 months or over 3 months. The research methods program lasting a year. But we're going to cover quite a lot in today's session and touch on some of those themes or those motivations that are behind the overarching grant writing and funding program here at the Institute. Now, the Leaders of Africa in the Institute is governed by a certain element of our mission and our pledge and our honor code, which we're going to review now before we start today's session. It's something that we review at the beginning of any program or workshop. So the Leaders of Africa mobilizes the power of rigorous inquiry and creative expression to advance equity, justice, and leadership in Africa and the world. We facilitate a supportive international community for collaboration that cultivates impactful and translatable research, amplifies diverse perspectives, and leverages creative audiovisual, graphic, and technological design. The Institute exists to encourage advocacy for the good and knowledge production. Now, today, in thinking about grant writing and funding, we're going to be focusing on some of those elements, including rigorous inquiry and creative expression to advance those socially beneficial values, as well as the importance of impactful and translatable research and social innovations. That is sort of our focus here, whereas other programs at the Institute focus on these different areas that are expressed in the broader mission of the Institute. And in achieving these goals, our goal is to further the development of Africa and the Global South research generation and social innovation, to cultivate homegrown efforts to educate stakeholders and citizens with timely research, and the amplification of Africa and the Global South's voice in global development debates. Right? As we know, the world is a place, as some of you mentioned in the chat after my lecture, of global inequities, right? Of funding hegemons. One of you called it in the chat, and I really like that. And that is certainly how our world functions in many respects. But the world is changing, and that is changing quite a lot. Now, it's really important in these moments of global change to be able to inject diverse voices into those conversations to shape the direction in which we shape our sort of the contours of our globe when it comes to funding, when it comes to research and social innovations. And here at the Institute, we stand fully behind those initiatives and behind you ultimately to carry out that change of building that knowledge and breaking down those knowledge as well as funding hegemonies that may exist in 2025. We are also governed by a pledge and an honor code, which we use and to support the value-based work that we do. It's something that us as administrators, as well as facilitators, as well as staff, as well as our scholars, as well as our participants, such as yourself, embrace. And you've embraced this already on the registration form, but we want to go through this today, and I'm going to read both of these, and I'm going to ask you and invite you to share the words "I affirm" in the chat to affirm both the pledge and the honor code after I'm done reading. So let me read the pledge. I commit myself to further the cause of equity and justice in my country, the African continent, and globally. I stand unafraid to identify and question anyone engaging in behavior that contributes to inequity and injustice, including corruption and the protection of privilege. I also accept the well-meaning and respectful critique of others to ensure I maintain my commitment to equity and justice despite temptations to do otherwise. I pledge myself to the service of others regardless of their background and do all of my power to be a true leader of Africa and the world. And as we say here at the Institute, a lot of people call themselves leaders. So they say, I'm the president of this country, I'm the president of that country. But just because you hold that a title, just because you're elected to that office does not necessarily make you a true leader. And we can certainly see that if we look around the globe today. And finally, our honor code. As a participant of the Leaders of Africa Institute, I pledge to be honest and exhibit integrity in all the work that I do. I acknowledge that the pursuit of knowledge comes with the responsibility to gather knowledge ethically and to use knowledge gained for the moral good. I further resolve to take ownership of my own work and not share unauthorized information with others. I also know that I must safeguard this pledge by ensuring that my fellow scholars and participants uphold the honor code. And so that is our honor code. So we invite you to open up the chat and share I affirm as we affirm these principles before we get into today's substantive section. And as the I affirms come in response to the honor code and the pledge, we also want to review for you very briefly some session norms today. We want to keep a positive atmosphere in today's session, as we always do here at the Institute. So we value positivity and kindness, engagement, releasing judgment. In other words, taking the things that we believe and release them as we think critically about our perspectives, maintaining a safe space at all time, self-reflection, and creativity. These are some of the values we like to see in our sessions. In addition to that, on the technical side, we are all here and we are all on time, so we've done that. But we have your mics turned off for the sake that we don't want somebody to accidentally turn on their mics. But there may be some opportunities for us to share some experiences through today's workshop, and there will be some opportunity to do that. You can turn on your video if you like, but you can turn it off. We understand this is a long session. And always have the chat open and ready to respond. We do monitor it all the time. And feel free to introduce yourself, which we've already done, or most of us have already done. So please keep that chat open. We are viewing that as we go, and we are addressing and discussing your comments there as well. So those are our basic session norms for today. Now let us talk about the last thing that we want to share, which is about the sort of the business of this workshop. At the end of today's workshop, to be able to get a certificate of participation, and that's what you will receive for participating fully in today's workshop, is a certificate of participation in today's workshop. The way in which we make decisions on who is able to get that certificate of participation is the completion of an assignment. So you will be crafting a funding pitch for your fundable idea, incorporating the things that we discussed during today's workshop. Some of you have sent some pitches already or some ideas, and we're going to be taking a look at some of them. Some of those that were submitted in the last day here, we're going to be taking a look at those and workshopping some select few of those. And so you're going to kind of get an idea in today's workshop about what we sort of expect from a good funding pitch. So you're going to have to write this funding pitch, write the introduction or a framing to a funding proposal, and this will be submitted through a post-workshop form. So at the end of today's workshop, on Monday actually, you'll receive a recording of today. You'll receive some information and resources that we discussed from today's session. And then you'll also receive this link and again, the instructions for the assignment. And all you need to do is complete that form and submit it. And it will ask you some questions about the workshop as well. And then you'll be good to go. The certificates for today's workshop will be shared with you by October of this year. We generally share the certificates at the same time as the full program. And as I mentioned, the full program is a lot longer than today's workshop. So those certificates are given out at the same time, and it should be around October of this year when we, the 2 times of the year where certificates are given. Please note, because this is the grant writing and funding workshop, we will only be able to offer some generalized feedback on your submissions, and we're going to do that here today, but we will not be responding to each submission that comes in as part of the workshop. And I think that's a big difference between what we have today and the program. In the program, everyone's giving feedback, doing multiple drafts of proposals. So we just wanted to make that note, and so that everyone has that similar expectation. I mentioned that for the official certificate of participation, but the other thing I'll mention here, the last thing I'll say, is that those who participate fully in today's workshop will receive some priority consideration for next year's grant writing and funding program. So that takes place at the same time next year. You will still need to apply to the grant writing and funding program, but there will be a special section on that application that will also be verified, where you can say that you participated in this workshop and you completed it fully. And that is looked upon very positively by the committee. Number one, because you've been invited to be in this workshop of all the many applicants already. And number two, it shows your engagement, your interest in your issue areas and in mobilizing resources. So for many of us, this is a really exciting thing to hear, because it opens that possibility for that future engagement in the full program. The last thing I'll say is to invite you to join the Discord community. As you are participants of this workshop, the Leaders of Africa has a public Discord. So there's a Discord that anybody can join, particularly you as participants. And so the instructions will be shared on the post-session memorandum. My advice for joining Discord is to create an account first and verify it on Discord, and then use the invitation link, and then you'll be able to join this community. You'll have to introduce yourself, and it'll be maybe a number of days before your identity is verified, because you need to have a photo there. You need to actually introduce yourself, and then you'll get permissions to come into the full community. And we know that some of us here have introduced themselves, have engaged on that introduction channel already. In the next few days, you'll be let into the full Discord community so you can engage with people. And the nice thing about this is you can actually engage with scholars and alumni from across Leaders of Africa's program, because they are all in this space. This is where they reside. This is where we share issues surrounding events and other things that the Institute does, as well as the WhatsApp group that you're welcome to join if you haven't joined one of those as well. And I'll be sure to put those links in the chat here. That's all we have for setting up today's workshop. Are there any last questions or comments? Prof. Ghana, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to say one or two things about the communities that we have created. And it comes back to the underlying philosophy at the Leaders of African Institute, that our relationship do not end with the end of a particular program. We keep a lifelong relationship with all of those that have participated in our programs. And that is why your membership of these different communities will extend beyond the life cycle of today's event. What that means is that we have created a lifetime opportunity for you to continue to benefit from all the resources and activities at the Leaders of African Institute. And what that means is that ours is not a relationship of, that is temporary. It's a relationship that is committed to contribute continuously to your well-being, to contribute continuously to your professional and career accomplishment. I want you to take this serious, because many people, they continue to benefit beyond their participation in our program. And this is one thing we want you to really take serious, be active on those platforms, contribute from time to time, and check on those platforms from time to time, so that you won't miss out of important opportunities and resources that we share on these different platforms.
Thank you, Prof. Ghana. Indeed. All right. So let us launch into today's session. And we're going to be trading off between us as facilitators. I'm going to begin, and then I'm going to kind of pass it off to Ghana, pass it off to Eda. So we're going to be tag teaming as we go on today. But we're going to start off with my section here. And on your screen, you can see this diagram here. And there are a lot of different versions of this. This is just one version of it, which we can call the grant writing cycle or the funding proposal cycle, or the project life cycle, right? It begins with finding funding, developing a concept, right? Developing, a review, identifying resources, developing budget narratives, so on and so forth, right? There's a long process that we could say that is involved with finding funding, right? It isn't just like one step. It is a cycle. And it is a cycle because we keep doing it. We keep on having to engage in this cycle as we go through new projects or new initiatives or new research, right? And so as we go through some elements of this cycle, and particularly for today's workshop, for the sake of time, we're going to be focusing on the early parts of this cycle, mainly the parts of the cycle that involve assessing opportunities that are out there, how we find them and how do we assess them. And we're going to be focusing also on about the most critical part of a funding proposal, which is how we frame our ideas. In other words, how do we are able to sort of know our idea is good and have the building blocks to be able to explain to others why our idea is good, right? So those are some of the things that and themes that we're going to be sharing today. And I'm sure you saw that on the agenda when you entered today's session before we started on the agenda screen. But before we talk about those two things, we need to talk about the other piece of this. And one of the things that was really interesting, and perhaps this was because the directions didn't say so explicitly, but one of the things that is really important, and coming back to the laws of grant writing, is that it's not all about your idea, right? Getting funding is not all about your idea. It is also about you personally. And if I can say you personally, I can say also you and your team, if you do have a team that's involved, right? People invest in ideas and they invest in people, right? And the ideas that are going to get funded are ideas that are good, but they also involve the right people to do and carry out those ideas. And a lot of times when we seek funding, we focus on so much about the idea, we don't focus about building up our own persona as a social innovator or a researcher, such that we might have an equally as good idea as somebody else, but it is because of our background, it's because of how we branded ourselves, how we sort of shared material about what we can do, that makes that opportunity fall through for us. Right? And so there are a lot of cases, and I'm sure some of you have been interested and have seen this perhaps in your own experience, and you can give me a yes in the chat if this has ever happened to you, where somebody has said to you that they think that you have a great idea, but you may not have the team or the capacity to be able to carry out that idea. So give me a yes in the chat if you've ever had that situation happen to you, where they said, great idea, but we're a little unsure about you and your team, right? I'm seeing a lot of yeses here. I'm sure there's some no's. I just want to see the amount of yeses, and I'm gonna believe it's a lot, because this is oftentimes the thing that we forget, is that we have to build up ourselves and our teams before we can be able to assess and go after the kind of funding that we'd like to receive. Great. So a lot of us are in that. So that's where we're going to start off today's workshop. We're going to start off our workshop about you and what you can be doing to deal with some of those concerns, some of those gaps in your exposure and the gaps that you have in your sort of your professional profile. So let's talk about this. So when reviewers are looking at your proposal, reviewers are going to strongly consider the background of the individual because I'm going to assume that some of us are applying for funding in teams, some of us are applying individually. They're going to say that, the person they invest in is somebody perhaps even more important than the idea. And there's actually a reason why sometimes the person or the team is more important, because funders are looking for not just a one-off programmatic relationship. Oftentimes funders are incentives to develop a partnership that takes time to develop and continually engage in that partnership. So they're not just thinking about funding you for this given project. They're actually thinking, is this somebody that we want to work with long term, right? And so sometimes funders care actually more about the person than they do, or the institution or the team, than they do the idea in some cases, right? Because of that interest or incentive they have to long-term engagement. So what are some of the things that funders will look at? So the first thing is something that I referred to earlier. They're going to say, does this person have a track record of successfully executing grants and funding, right? What were the size of those? What were the number of those awards? And what was the outcome? That's the first thing they're going to do. Do they have a track record? Now, some of us are going to say to ourselves, I have that track record, and that would be very good. That better be shown on your CV and your documents. I've done this project, this project, this project, and this is the amount of money. This was the number of awards, whatever it may be, that needs to be communicated. But some of us are saying to ourselves, well, I don't really have a track record at all. I'm new to this. I've participated in some competitions. I put in some funding proposals, but nothing's worked out, right? But there are other ways in which that you can communicate a successful ability to follow through on something, because that's what you're doing, to manage opportunities. And that may be projects that you completed, right? It may be other scholarship opportunities that you've been awarded or selected for, including this workshop, and that you followed through, right? So it can mean a lot of things, but you got to show that you have a track record of success, right? Hopefully success in fund and in executing grants, but success in other words, following through on a project. They're also looking at your institutional backing and capacity. So in other words, they'll say, where is this person coming from, right? Are they coming from a high-end, public university like the University of Buea in Cameroon, which is like the largest and probably the most prestigious English-speaking public university in the country? Or is it somewhere else that may lack some of those capacities? So some of this has to do with the institutional handicapping of things as well, right? Research training and background, or your training and background more broadly. Where did this person do their degrees? What were those degrees in? What are some of the projects that they've engaged in? What are some of the professional development opportunities that they partook in, right? They're looking for that. They're looking at your productivity, right? For those of you researchers, have you been publishing? For those of us who are social innovators, what kind of projects have we been a part of? And they're also looking at relationships and connections, right? A lot of times funders will do a simple Google search or a LinkedIn search of you. And they'll be saying to themselves, am I connected to anyone that this person knows, right? The more connections you have, the more likely you're to see them as somebody who understands your space, who travels in similar circles. And these can be something that are advantageous, right? So there's a lot of things that we're looking for, or funders are looking for, when it comes to the individual and those pieces. Now, in addition to these sort of concrete skills, opportunities, relationships that are there, we're also building an important personal brand around our research and our social innovation work. And that is something that's important. Now, not everyone thinks of themselves as somebody who likes to brand themselves or likes to have an active LinkedIn account, all those features that go along with sort of a branding of yourself in your space. And personally, I don't always enjoy that, and that's okay. But guess what? We kind of have to do it anyway. There's some things in life that are like that. We may not enjoy engaging those spaces, creating those portfolios, writing blog posts, getting our name out. But these are things that are really important and can really help us. So, how do we do this? Well, it begins on a self-reflection that we need to do, because one of the things that we have to keep in mind here is that if I asked you to say, your strengths and weaknesses about yourself, and you can write those down now if you'd like, one of the things you'll find is that a lot of us, are somewhat good at doing that. But if we ask somebody else about ourselves, we're going to get some more powerful feedback. That's because oftentimes we think of ourselves as very self-aware, as knowing ourselves, but we are not always as self-aware as we think we are. So we don't always know what our strengths are. We don't always know what our weaknesses are. And research has shown that, on the subject of self-awareness, that only like 10 to 15% say that we're self-aware. If I asked you in this room, are you self-aware? I'm going to guess that a lot of us are going to say yes. But there are like some metrics of self-awareness. And the fact that we say that we're self-aware, but we may not be self-aware, shows that there may be a gap in self-awareness. And so we don't always see ourselves very clearly. We don't always know how to communicate our true abilities, our true perspectives in the way that we should. And I'll give you an example in this case. Here at the Leaders of Africa Institute. And as we reflected on at the beginning, we have a number of scholars and alumni across our programs. And we have a lot of meetings with our scholars and alumni to get feedback on programming, to determine new programming for those scholars and alumni of our program. And we have conversations, and they describe their perceptions of their program, their perceptions of the Leaders of Africa Institute. And one of the things that is really interesting is that they realize things about your own institution or your own organization or your own program that you yourself, even as a facilitator of that program, may not even understand fully. In other words, sometimes they articulate the mission, better than the people that are, championing that mission, because they understand it through a new perspective. And the same way goes for ourselves. People see ourselves through different lenses, through different perspectives that are helpful for us to be able to engage.
And the other thing I want to mention about self-awareness is that it's very important too, because it makes us to be aware of our own biases. Because as researcher, we have our positioning and positionality, which are a big part of our decision making, of the kinds of issues we want to interrogate, and how we want those issues interrogated. So being self-aware or cultivating self-awareness in a way that is public-facing is also a way of communicating our biases and the assumptions that forms the basis, the foundation of what we do as scientists. And the other thing about self-awareness is that it enables us to communicate our limitations. Many times people see limitations as a form of deficiencies. Limitations are not necessarily a form of deficiency. They are just a manifestation of what we could do, what we cannot do, without meaning that we are communicating areas where, people can actually fit themselves into our research ecosystem. Because many people join us in our research ecosystem, our research biosphere, depending on the language you want to use to frame it. Because when they look at areas of complementarity, they can say, okay, it seems that so professor will need somebody that could bring in a humanist perspective to further consolidate his or her research agenda. And I see myself fitting into this. So self-awareness is one of the ways we can actually help potential or future collaborators to identify areas where they can join us and strengthen our research journey. And the other thing is that it's an important tool for fostering objective and rigorous research, because all of these are critical when it comes to doing research. If you are not really self-aware, you may not really be positioned to do objective and rigorous research. And then it's part of what we do when we communicate about ourselves. When you ask people to describe themselves, sometimes they're all over the map, and sometimes, they will just be drifting from here to here to here, lacking coherence in terms of how they communicate themselves. But when we develop a very deep self-awareness of ourselves, it makes the job easy for us to communicate what we can do, to build strong relationship with colleagues and participants. So all of these are some of the things that go in tandem with cultivating self-awareness and doing that in a very good way when it comes to public-facing our research personnel with the greater public.
And I'll say above and beyond research as well in the social innovation space as well. And that's absolutely right. So let's explore this a little bit, and we're curious to know where you'd find yourself. So there are two types of self-awareness that kind of researchers have identified in a stylized way. In internal self-awareness, which is how we view ourselves. So understanding our thoughts, feelings, strengths, weaknesses, behaviors, and then external self-awareness, which is how well we know how others view us, right? And we can see here, and the internal self-awareness, we have high and we have low, and then the external, we have high and we have low, and we have these four different boxes. We have introspectors, or those who are high on their internal self-awareness, but low on external. Aware is those who are high on internal self-awareness and high on external self-awareness. Pleasers that are low on internal self-awareness and high on external self-awareness, and seekers who are low in both. So where would you put yourself? Are you an introspector? Are you aware? Are you a pleaser? Or are you seekers? And obviously this is a spectrum, so you could be here, you could be on the line. So feel free to say between different ones as well, because think about this as like a full space here. But where would you put yourself? Let's share those in the chat right now. Are you an introspector? Are you aware? Are you a seeker? Are you a pleaser? Or maybe you'll be, somewhere on the line here when you self-assess that. And I want to accentuate here, this understanding our self-awareness is good, as Ghana said, to forming the critical teams that we want to create.
And Prof. Peter, I'm just imagining a line in a grant proposal that reads something like, "Please just give me this money because I really just need it." It shows low levels of self-awareness, because when you are fully aware of yourself, well, we cannot be fully aware, but when we have such high levels of self-awareness, it translates even in how we will present our cases and justify the need for funding. And so it's really important that we think about where we lie and see how that informs our writing.
Yeah, that's right. For those of us, in institutions that receive a lot of solicitations for funding, you'll read a variety of different emails asking and requesting for funding. And you'll see some of these emails that you wonder to yourself, who gave them the advice to write their email in this way or to propose their project in this way? Give me money, or you guys need to be doing this, or however it comes across, you're wondering to themselves, have they thought through this? Are they self-aware about how they're articulating their funding interest and engagement, right? That comes across very differently than somebody or a team that has that high level of self-awareness, that is able to communicate things in a way that's going to really appeal and bring about engagement. So like you said, Prof. Ed, it's not just about our portfolio, but it's about how we engage with others in this funding journey, which is critical. All right, so we see Etta here, a lot of different perspectives. Some of us are pleasers. Some of us are, on the border of awareness and seeking. Remember how I said there are only like 15% or 10 to 15% who are truly self-aware. So oftentimes people overestimate their awareness. So that's part of being not self-aware, is we overestimate our awareness. So some of us who do say we're aware, maybe in fact quite aware, or might not be as aware as we think. So we see some pleasers. We do see some people who say they're aware. Colette and Michael say they're very aware. A good number of us say that. I will also say there's one other thing to just kind of keep in mind here. There's a gender aspect of this self-awareness, I think, as well. I find that a lot of men tend to think of themselves as incredibly self-aware, right? And like confident in it, right? This confidence, of course I'm self-aware. And they end up being the least self-aware type of people. So that aren't able to negotiate spaces. And part of the reason is in the gendered world that we do, given some of the privileges that come with certain gender positionality, that they don't need to be self-aware to get what they want in some spaces. So that can make them hard to really understand true internal and external self-awareness. So that is something also to reflect on here as well. All right, well, some of us are putting us in all different boxes here, but the point is here, we have to think, it starts with ourselves, it starts with this reflection. And as Ghana says, it also is an important reflection to decide where do we have these gaps in our own persona, our gaps in our own team perhaps, that we would want to engage with others. And the advice that I have for you is to try interviewing a colleague about yourself. They say that you don't know how much you're loved until you're gone. I'm sure you've heard that phrase, like when somebody passes on, unfortunately, in our lives, as what happens. You go to the funeral and then you start hearing things about the person that you've never heard, right? Just as my example about the Institute, you hear things that you've never heard, right? From different perspectives about the person. And you're saying, I wish this person was here to actually hear this, right? And I think the same can go for ourselves too. We don't always know how people perceive us and our strengths, our shortcomings, and so on and so forth. So one of the pieces of advice that I have to many of you is to ask a close colleague or perhaps a friend about your personal and professional strengths. What do they say? How are their insights similar or different from their own perceptions? And that reflection on some of those engagements can be the starting off point to how you build up what your strengths are, how you communicate those strengths, and how those come through on a funding proposal. So there's a little exercise for you to think about. So let's say we do that. We've reflected on ourselves. I think the next step is to build that persona, right? That persona, that public persona of ourselves, that funding mobilization persona. And there are a lot of different ways that we can build a persona, and it's going to be unique to you and your reflection about who you are, what you're doing, and all the pieces that we've mentioned. And oftentimes a good persona does a lot of things, and these are just some ideas for you to think about. Persona oftentimes these days is something that's very relatable, while at the same time unique, right? You see these things are all intention, right? You want to be relatable. You want people to say, yeah, I understand that person's experience. But you also want to stand out. You want to show the uniqueness of yourself. You want to demonstrate your expertise in this persona, right? That this person knows a lot about it. And then, but also at the same time, you need to make sure that you're very accessible. Because when we're getting into the writing component of today's workshop, one of the critical components of grant writing is writing in an accessible way that reviewers who are experts and non-experts are going to be able to understand what you do and get behind what you do. So you need to show that you're both an expert in your persona, so you know the jargon, you know how to talk about your area of expertise, but you also are an accessible person and know how to communicate. You want to show that you're a broad and visionary person, while at the same time somebody who can deal with concrete details, specific things, and is kind of visible on the grounds of what you're doing. Right? Oftentimes you meet these people in life, right? The person who's incredibly smart, they're broad, they're visionary, they see the big picture, but you give them a simple task to do, right? To follow through on X, Y, and Z, and they aren't able to do that, or vice versa. When you're communicating to a grant funder that you're going to be the one to do the project, or your team is going to do the project from start to finish, you need to show that you both can be a visionary person, but you can also follow through on the concrete elements of following through on that funding obligation, right? You also need to show yourself as somebody who is perhaps welcoming, somebody who is engaging, that one can get to know, but also one who's firm, right? Has those boundaries spelled out, right? It's not a laugh, right? So there's a lot of things we can come up with a list of these things that are in tension. That's oftentimes when we're creating this persona, it's hard to kind of strike these balances, but you're going to have to do that. Now, Johnson asks a really good question in the chat. What section of the proposal is this going to be captured in, right? Well, when you write a proposal, one of the key parts of a proposal, it comes sometimes at the beginning, sometimes it comes at the end. They asked you, who are the principal investigators? Who are the team members? Give us a short biography of these people, right? Tell us what they're doing. Share their LinkedIn address so that we know who they are. We can connect with them. And the other thing is, sometimes they'll ask for websites, and you better believe, as we're going to get into, that they will Google your name. When they're doing your funding proposal, they read through your proposal, they'll say, oh, that's an interesting bio. Let me see what we can find online about this person, right? They're going to Google your name, right? So it's going to be in those sections of the grant, but you also, at the very beginning of your funding proposal, and in fact, as I mentioned at the outset of today's workshop, nobody in their short description of their idea mentioned anything to do with their team. And perhaps even in that space, as you're introducing your idea, you want to have a line that says, our team does X, Y, and Z, and has done X, Y, and Z, and therefore can do this, right? So the point is that there are sections of your grant where this is, but it's sprinkled throughout a proposal. These things about who you are, what you can do, institutional capacities, your strengths, your weaknesses, your collaborative team is throughout your entire proposal. Yeah, go ahead, Prof. Yeah, jump in.
Okay, I'll also add that remember that the grant writing is a process. So it's not just about the script, but it's all of what goes into preparing that script right up to the time when you submit. I think as Prof. Peter has indicated, before you even start writing, if it's one that needs a team, you need to create that team. And when you're creating your team, you need to think about what gaps you are feeling that you do not have using other team members. So if you just go adding any kind of person within the team, it shows lack of understanding of yourself and how they will contribute towards the development of that proposal. So it's all through, I will say that it's all through that writing process, from preparation right up to submission. Everything about you matters because, as we've said, remember the laws of the grants, of writing the grant is really the idea, and then it's you. So, and that showcases itself all through every section of that grant. If you're thinking about, for instance, your theoretical framing, those ideas you'll be putting forward is based on how you actually think and how you see the world and how you're viewing the problems and the possible solutions to that problem. So I think that is all through that process of the grant writing.
So and the other aspect where this actually also comes true is that there are what we call observable, communicated and non-communicated characteristics that can actually affect how we are viewed by grant makers. Because many times when people think about grant writing, they focus exclusively on the writing piece and submitting a grant to the grant maker. It goes beyond this because we have different kinds of grants. There are certain grants that may involve significant interaction or relatively significant interaction with the grant makers. And if they feel that the persona of the person that is public facing with them, communicating with them through the grant writing process is chaotic, is problematic, that could potentially have adverse impacts on how your proposal is going to be received. Because we want to be sure that the person that they are working with, the team that they are working with, is not chaotic. It's a team that is relatable, and it's a team that can actually get the job done. And that is why when we think about grant proposal, we need to go back to the grant writing chart. It's a system. It goes beyond the actual process of putting the grant together. And that is why we need to pay attention to all component pieces in this process. the process of communicating. And there was an example I gave in the other version of this program. And the example was that I am on the board of an organization that received a lot of grant from the state. And it happens that I've been able to develop a strong relationship with one of the decision maker from the grant that will access from the state. And I invited the person to my class. And we started discussing about other things. And there was a particular grant that we applied to, and we're sure of getting this grant. Unfortunately, the decision was negative. So I was trying to find out what could we do differently. Some of these conversations that you have on the side. And one of the feedbacks I got, which was even the only feedback I got, was that we need to change the person, somebody on the team, because the personnel of that particular person, who was more or less the lead person on that particular grant, was considered not accessible, was considered domineering. So they felt that such a personality won't be able to manage a grant successfully, because they are not just giving you money, they are also thinking about your ability to manage and deliver on those objectives. These are leadership traits. There is an expertise piece to getting the job done. It goes beyond expertise. There is an aspect of management, ability to manage people of diverse background, the ability to manage people of disparate interests. When we set up a team, there is this assumption that has been proven wrong. The assumption is that everybody will share the same interest. What we usually have is many interests in one. So the ability to manage all of these interests, diverse expectation, bundled together in one as a team, comes with the ability to demonstrate that personnel. If you're not able to demonstrate that in your various communications with the grant makers, there's a likelihood that you are triggering a red flag, which potentially would adversely impact whether a particular grant that is well written is going to be, recommended for funding or not.
Yeah, indeed. Now, as we sort of think about this and we wrap up this section about ourselves, we do have some cautionary kind of notes here and some advice when it comes to detailing this, because one of the things that we get in trouble with when it comes to developing our research or social innovation proposal comes from this living in what we could call the chat GPT or AI era, which is that many of us are using these tools to craft our personas. And the problem with that is that they all read pretty much the same way. It's very standard. It's very bland. It shows that whenever I'm reading something and I see that they've described themselves through the lens of a chat GPT bot, that they are afraid of being original and creative, that they want to avoid alienating people. So they just sort of say what the general chat GPT response is. They also want to avoid having an insensitive perspective, right? But those who are getting funding are going to be ones that are going to be more creative, more original, that stand out from the pack, because funders are receiving a lot of different applications for opportunities, and they're looking for people to emerge and people to stand out. So when it comes to crafting your research or social innovation persona, be very cautious of using these tools to really help or write for you the materials that you're trying to share, because it doesn't come across very well to somebody on their desk. Because also these platforms also use the similar type of words. So your statement about yourself is going to look almost identical to somebody else. It's going to leave that creative piece as well. So how do we detail these credentials? Well, as we mentioned, there are sections of a grant proposal or funding proposal where you're going to share things about yourself and your team, right? And that's going to be, as my colleagues have mentioned, it will be in specific sections, and it will be throughout the entire proposal that you're writing in one way or the other. But a lot of proposals also require you to submit formal documents that sort of detail your background. And that is in the case of an open-ended or close-ended CV. In some funding opportunities, they're going to allow you to submit a CV that just is the CV you want to submit. And in some cases, in some funding opportunities, they're going to have certain sections that you have to fill out that you use your CV to fill out for a modified version of the CV. And one of the key parts to point out about any of these documents, like your CV, is that your grant or funding CV is oftentimes different from an academic or job search CV. In other words, an academic one is going to be long. It's going to have all your publications. It's going to, have all of that. If it's a job one, it's going to have maybe all of your job experiences. But when you're applying for funding, one of the key things that you're trying to do and show to your funders is that you have a disciplined mind and that you know what you're about and you know what your relevant skills are to the project at hand, which means that on your CV, you're going to be very selective about what you're sharing. In other words, you're not going to share all the publications that you've done, but rather the select publications that you've completed that relate to the work that you're going to do. And you're going to rename your section on your CV Select Publications or Select Highlights, right? So it's to say, I'm not sharing with you all the things I did, but I'm trying to show with you the things that are relevant to the project at hand. Same with other consultancies or projects, because one of the mistakes that a lot of people make when they turn in a CV with a funding opportunity is they put everything on their CV and they submit a CV that's 5 pages, 6 pages, 7 pages long. So it's really important to pare that down and to create an articulation of what you've done and plan to do that is relevant to the funding opportunity at hand. And other opportunities, oftentimes they'll even give you a page limit. So sometimes you're forced to do this already when they say we only want a 1-page or 2-page CVs. And believe it or not, that is a common thing that you see from funders is 1 and 2 pages CV. So you need to make that CV as impactful as possible, highlighting what is relevant to the work at hand. Now, there are a lot of things that you can keep in mind when it comes to your CV principles as designing this or redesigning this. The first one is keep the amount of text small, particularly for your profile. Many of you have CVs where there's a long paragraph about yourself. I've even seen that paragraph be half a page now, right? It should be 2 to 3 sentences about who you are if you're going to include a profile and your main areas of interest. The rest should be communicated through what you've actually done on your CV. A lot of us have now relied on this profile to tell everything about them or to restate what will be in our statement of interest or other parts of our funding application. Keep it short and focus on what you've done. Avoid markers that will lead to bias. Now, one of the things that I talked about in the intro is cross-cultural communication. Now, in some of your contexts, it makes sense to put your religion, your marital status, your age, other things on your CV. But a lot of international funders do not want to know that information. In fact, they rather not have that information because it can lead to bias in reviewing files, and a lot of them don't want to review your proposals through the lens of bias, which means that you need to take off certain markers that are going to show certain things, right? You want to avoid personal details in those cases that tell anything about your age, your religion, or your family, right? So I've seen a lot of some of your CVs have included the number of children you have. And yes, your children are your life's work. And that's what CV means, right? It means life's work, right? Children can be your life's work, right? And certainly the case. But when you're applying for funding, that is, unless that's material to what you're doing, which from my understanding, it isn't for all of us, that should be left off, right? Same with your religion, because that can lead to religious bias, unless it's something that you're applying to that has a specific religious expectation to it or something of that nature. The other thing is pictures, right? You want to avoid pictures, and that's becoming a common habit for some of us. We put our picture on there. That can lead to bias, right, in many different ways about physical appearance or things of that nature that may come through in a photo. So generally speaking, unless it's required, that's something that we should leave off. And then finally, for those of us who are women here, one of the things that you want to avoid is anything that is targeted to your marital status or your age. And that's why we recommend using the term or the title Ms. M-I-M-S dot to avoid any age or career bias issues, right? So imagine you're putting your portfolio together. You have a lot of experience and you use the word MISS. You're automatically sort of communicating to some audiences that you may be a very young applicant, right? And that may lead to some bias in the process, depending on the nature of the opportunity. So sometimes it's best to just kind of keep things standard to hide those sort of identities. If they want to get to know you and your family or your marital status, that is something that can be shared later. But to avoid any bias, you want to avoid those markers. Go ahead, Prof. Etta.
Many times people have worried about the other person's bias and about how they can manage their own biases. For instance, you think about a reviewer, and the possible question that comes to mind is, oh, this is a reviewer. Why should they be biased? So I have my age, I have my religion, I have my marital status. I think that's me. I want to show off myself. The reviewer should manage their own biases. And it's easy to talk like this when we do not think about bias as a natural process rather than meaning to undermine you. So it's a natural thing. We all have our biases. Some of us do not express them explicitly. We hold them inside, but we all have them. And that's why I teach a class on this, and we talk a lot about how best to manage them rather than to say we do not have them. So it's so important. Many times in anonymous spaces, social media spaces, like you want to think about places like WhatsApp, I've been thought of like a male. So people say, nice to meet you, Mr. Emaki. And I'm like, okay, why do you think I am male? And they start associating it to something you said, which they have, so you can begin to think about how each and every one of us hold biases. And so when you put up obvious points, which are areas that could easily be used, categories that could be used for bias or to influence people's biases, it becomes a red flag. And it can easily just kick you off without you knowing. Imagine that funders have had experiences of a single person who came and then it was an opportunity. Maybe they had part of their grant funding had travel, and they came to maybe a Western country and they decided to stay because they had no other attachments back home. Do you think that they will fund someone again who is not married? And so why do you even put it there? It doesn't count to that idea. So it's better to just leave it out.
Indeed. What you shared, Prof. Etta, reminds me of a time in graduate school where in political science, a lot of the writers are male. So there's always the assumption that a male wrote a paper. So you'll see a graduate student who doesn't know who the author really is as a person, describe them as saying he wrote this or he wrote that, and everyone else who actually knows is laughing because they'll be like, that's not a guy who wrote that paper. But it's telling that they assume that it was a male who wrote the paper, given that, the gender composition of, say, the political science field. So, it's something that's common.
Yeah, and the other thing that we need to pay attention to, especially when we write a grant proposal, most of the time people just focus on the text of the grant proposal. Another thing that matters that can lead to the waste of the team's effort and the investment in brain power into putting a proposal together is your CV. The CV can constitute the basis of refusing to fund a particular proposal. If they look at the CV and there is nothing that demonstrates capability, there is nothing that demonstrates proof of concept, and there's nothing that demonstrates, relatable experience necessary to get the job done, that will be the end of it. And if the CV is poorly prepared, what that means is that the team cannot even do the most basic of our things. And that is why it is important for us not just to pay attention to to the text of our grant proposal. There are other important elements that receive equally important attention when it comes to the assessment of a grant proposal. And one of these least spoken about component piece are the CVs that actually get into a grant proposal. And that is why a lot of time, a lot of attention needs to be given to crafting the CV that actually does the job of supporting what you do, what you've written in your test, because that is your most important selling point when you put together a proposal. The CV is the arena where you brand yourself as a team. And when you talk about branding means that you are selling your credentials, your capability, your competency, your managerial ability. So if you've done a poor job in this area, the meaning is that you've understood the potentials of your team and the ability of your team to get the job done. And that is why it requires a lot of attention and ensuring that the CVs are done according to standards and expectations.
Absolutely. And so you can see, in addition to following on what Prof. Ghana says, and again, a funder is going to look to your idea. And oftentimes they start with the beginning of your application and then they go to your end, like your CV. So they'll go to the idea and say, okay, is this a great idea, right? Which we're going to talk about what makes a great idea after our break in just a moment. And then they're going to flip to the CVs and say, who's part of the team? All right. Then they've done that. And then they're going to start going into the actual other elements of your grant proposal. So they oftentimes go in that order, or sometimes they even look at who's on this grant first, right? They're saying, do I know any of these people? Are these people visible? What does their CVs look like? And then they start reviewing the proposal, right? But either way, who is on the team and the individuals is a first and foremost thing that people are looking at when they're reviewing that proposal, right? So as I mentioned, there are some examples of some other things using the word select as heading. So if you need to shorten your CV to highlight things, just use the word select publications, select projects. So people will say, okay, this person's done a lot more than this, but they're focusing on these because they want to tell me, what they've done. All right. So we want to show what makes you unique and highly qualified, and what is the central story you're trying to tell about you and your work, right? That's what we're doing in these documents. Now, for those of us that want to work on our CVs, this is not a CV writing program, obviously, but obviously that's a component of what grant writing and funding is about. I invite you to turn to this website right here. It's called Overleaf. Overleaf is an online version of LaTeX, which is a software that allows you to typeset documents. It's used for publishing, things like that. So we use it in the research methods program because it allows us to create tables and things really nicely. It's also a platform that allows us to be able to create nice documents. Here, I'll pull it up right here. So this is Overleaf. If you go to overleaf.com, and after today's session with the recording, we'll make sure to share some web links with you to these resources, so you'll be able to find them after today's session. You'll see this is Overleaf, and if you go to templates here, and you can use the free version is going to be perfectly fine for what you're using it here. You can see their different types. They're journal articles, so it gives you actual templates for journal articles. So a lot of journals require you to use LaTeX or Overleaf to submit these days, so it's good to learn that way. But if you go to CVs and resumes, you'll see they give you all forms of different styles. Again, you probably want to stay away from 2 columns, and you want to stay away from photos, so there's some not so great ones here that we might want to do. But here's a nice one right here. So you click on this here, you open it as a template, and then it allows you to kind of craft a CV in Overleaf. And they always look really, really good. And the other thing is, once you do it in Overleaf, you can put on your CV that you use LaTeX Overleaf as a software. For those of you who are researchers, that can be also something looked upon favorably and communicated just through doing your CV in this space. So I'm sure many of us have seen CVs and on resumes that have been done with Overleaf, because they look like this, and you've got all these different templates here for you to use. So there, check this out. It's a great resource for those of us reworking them. Above and beyond CVs here, we want to encourage you after today's session, in particular, or even during today's session if you want to do this, to Google yourself. What do you actually find about yourself? Because the other way people are going to learn about you is your CV and what you share on your application, but they're going to Google you, right? Once you're in the final rounds of a funding process, once you've been past the screening process, they're going to say, who is this person? What is their digital portfolio show? And for those of us that are focusing on social innovation areas, so we're not necessarily researchers, but there's a good number of us here that are social innovators, right? That are working on products and services that we're trying to get out there. This is even more important because a lot of the investors and a lot of the people that are going to put money behind their ideas want to find people who are going to be good sort of, how can I say this in a polite way? They'll be the good poster boys and girls for their organization or their funding. So in other words, when they talk about how they funded this project, they're going to put you on their website and they're going to say to themselves, this person has a lot of connections already and has a good web profile and social media following. So when we invest in them, it's only going to get out even more how our investments are making a difference in communities. So that is why you will see on some funding applications, particularly those that are trying to get funding through accelerators or social innovation incubators, that they ask you to share your LinkedIn address and your social media accounts because they want to see, do you have a followership? Are you active on these platforms? And can we, as a funder, leverage your networks to get our name out there, right? So there's a little bit of this that is going on as well. So be aware of that incentive and understand why they're doing it. And that should also be a reason why you want to amplify your profiles in these spaces, right? If I Google myself let me Google myself for you here. And some of you may have already done that because I am one of the more high profile people here at the Institute. So you'll be saying, okay, who's this Professor Peter Pinar, right? So let me Google myself here. I'll put that in. And the first thing you will see that will pop up is my personal website, right? It's going to be my portfolio website. And that's what it should be. Then you see my LinkedIn stuff, my other website, photos of myself, generally the same headshot, my Instagram, I guess, part of the team here at the Institute. And then once you dig in deeper, you're going to start to see certain articles that I've written on, presentations that I've given, other sort of engagements that are there. Are Africans' freedoms slipping away, right? This policy paper I wrote on democracy and governance, so on and so forth. If you do in Google Scholar, other places, you're going to find other things. But you're going to pull up my website, and it's the first thing is going to be about me. So what are you going to see? Here, it pulls up here. Here's about me, talks about my journey, from academia to more of an administrative role, as you can see here. Different things that I emphasize here, recognitions, and a little bit about the things that I like. So you can see my football teams, Ashton Villa, Kaiser Chiefs, who won the Nedbank Cup recently, so I'm really happy about that. And I spent a lot of time in Zimbabwe, so I like Caps United. And part of my family is Ghanaian, so I also embrace football in Ghana. In Hearts of Oak would be my team. So I'm sorry, all you Ashanti Kotoko fans here. I'm going with Hearts of Oak. So a little bit of fun things about me, right? Because I'm relatable. I'm a person. I'm a professional. I'm doing a lot of things in research and social innovations, but I'm also a person too, right? But this is one of the things that you may want to think about, in crafting your websites or crafting your portfolio, is creating a portfolio website so that you have control over what people find about you and your narrative about yourself. Because when people stumble on a really wonderful personal profile website that brings together your publications, what you're doing, videos and photos that really tie your story together, they're going to say, this person knows what they're about. They know what kind of impacts they're trying to make, right? Like, they're really intriguing. I want to get to know them, and I want to go get to know their project more, right? And that's exactly what you want a funder to do. Ghana, did you want to say something? I saw your mic flip on there. Yeah, I can see some of the people mentioning the Caps United. That's a local team in Zimbabwe. So for those of you with context. So these are some of the countries I spend a lot of time in for research or other reasons. So I've kind of adopted their teams and love going to their games when I'm in country. So okay, let's see here. The last thing we'll say about yourself before we go to break is that we invite you, for those of you who are researchers, get an OrcIDEA research number. Make sure you've registered yourself on Google Scholar. Academic EDU may be another place, but also make sure that other places that you're discussed are really up to date and correct, like your department website. There are so many times where you look somebody up who's a researcher, you go to their website for them, and then you find an old photo with a really old bio of them on a department website. Make sure that your department updates that information, that those profiles that you have on your institutional page are up to date, and get a professional headshot photo, right? Because we may not show a photo on our CV, but when people look us up, they want to see that we are a professional person, that we are serious about what we're doing. So if you do not have a professional headshot photo, right, at least one of them, make sure that you get one. And you can get one very easily. You can pay a photo studio to do a headshot photo for you, or you can ask your organization, their communications team, to take a photo for you. But get a professional headshot photo, because I'll give you a tip, an inside tip about organizations and funders, is that when you do get funded, a lot of times they're going to talk about the people which they're working with, they're funding, and help you tell your story. We do that here at the Institute. We tell the story of our grant writing scholars. So you're going to see on LinkedIn a lot of stories about our scholars in our grant writing program, what they're working on, because our goal is to get their names out there and connect them to the spaces that they need to be connected to, in addition to connecting them to our partners that we have here at the Institute. But when we're making decisions about who is going to be shared on those spaces, we look at what they're doing, of course, but the communications team will look at their headshot photo and say to themselves, is this somebody that we can put out this photo about, and be really confident that it looks really professional? And if the answer is no, then you're not going to get that feature, right? It's not going to be good enough for a professional communications team to get that information out there. So yes, it's important to polish up your headshot photos. And then, as I mentioned, personal website can be a really nice touch. There are, here's the OrcID stuff, but I'll say websites. It's an opportunity to get a cohesive narrative for yourself, showcase your work. And here are some great platforms here. You'll need a host and a website manager, and some of them combine the two. Here are the ones that we suggest at the Institute. Wix is free. The paid version is $17 a month. You can also use the free version of WordPress or Google Sites. That also can be used as a starter. And then if you want to pay and have your own domain for yourself, one of the sites that I suggest is Reclaim Hosting. It's about $15 a month, or $15, a year, only $15 a year for your domain name, and about $30 to $35 for your hosting. And it includes a variety of features. You actually can host multiple websites on your same account. So if you want to host your personal website and then also create another domain for your project that you're working on, Reclaim Hosting is some of the cheapest hosting. And again, it's like $30, $35 for the entire year, $15 for a domain name, something thereabouts. It changes over time, but it's a really great place. I'll make sure that this resource is included in the package that's shared afterwards. Now, Claudia shared, as just before we go to break here, can it lead to bias if you have a funding reviewer who's a Man U fan? Well, first of all, I would say to that Man U fan, I'm sorry, but your team is not so good these days. But the other thing I would say is that actually, funny enough, you say that, you will oftentimes, even if they don't support your team, that may be a point of first conversation. I have walked into meetings where people have been a Chelsea fan or a Man U fan, or a lot of the people in academia, for whatever reason, they're Arsenal fans. the first thing they'll say in the meeting, they'll say, nice to meet you. It's good to meet this. We're interested in a partnership with the Institute, so on and so forth. You have these conversations. They say, I noticed you're an Ashton Vandala fan. I'm a Man U fan. Or that begins a kind of a pleasant conversation that can lead to engagement. Yes, we may support different clubs, but at the same time, it shows that we're relatable. It becomes something that we can begin to talk about and gets us into the serious research work or collaborative work that we'll be doing. So it won't count against you. So, I'm not gonna be, blacklisted for, not being Orlando Pirates fan, say for my partners in South Africa or something like that. I hope not. But it becomes a way of getting to know each other, right, in creative ways, right? And this, you have your serious side, but you also have the side that's relatable that we can engage with. So check out your domain names. You can search them. There are a lot of different places to do that. And here are some last key considerations if you are building a website. We're not going to have a website building clinic here today, but it's something that we do encourage you to think about. In some of our other flagship programs like grant writing and a research communication program here at the Institute, it is a requirement to build a website. So some of our flagship programs, it is a requirement to build a website because they are helpful to us showcasing our portfolios as well. So with that, we've been going for 2 hours now. So we're going to take our first break. And when we come back from our break, as you say, I'll put this on the screen so that people, sometimes when you take breaks, some people who may have gotten knocked out and disconnected and come back, they'll say, oh, where is everyone going? Why is it off? It's because we're on break for a few minutes here. We're going to go on break, and when we turn back from the break, we're going to get into finding and assessing grant writing and funding opportunities. How do we find these opportunities, and how do we begin to assess whether they are right for us? Because one of the things that we know, and I know many of us know this already, is that writing funding proposals is time consuming. And so we cannot be applying for every single opportunity under the sun, right? So we have to be a little bit selective, or at least know what are good fits for our projects. So we're going to start with that when we come back. We're going to go through that section, and then we're going to talk about what makes a good funding idea. And I'm looking forward to workshopping some of the ideas that were shared. So let's go to break, and we'll see everyone here in 5 minutes. Let's say 15 minutes after the hour. I know some of us are in half-hour time zone, so whatever that nearest 15-minute block is, that's when we will come back. So see you all soon. All right, we're going to come back now. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of a stretch break here. It's a bit of a marathon workshop today. I'll point out one of the connections here to the music that we're playing, and a lot of us mentioned they enjoyed Alpha Blondie's song that was the first one played. Now, for those of us that don't know Alpha Blondie, he is a musician from Côte d'Ivoire. And one of the things about his persona is he's not only just a musician, but one of the things that he cares deeply about is literacy and reading, and particularly reading and literacy for younger people and children. And so he's built not only a music brand around himself, but a brand about his literacy engagements that he does. And he tells that story very nicely across a lot of spaces that he engaged in. And again, as we build up our persona, it's up to us to tell our own story and tell our interest in making an impact, just like Alpha Blondie does. Perhaps with a slightly bigger microphone than many of us, literally and figuratively. So let's move on in our second part of today's workshop, where we're going to turn to the issues of finding, funding, and assessing opportunities, and how we might think about that and go about that. And so let's talk about this concept of grant seeking. There are reasons to love grant seeking, and there's reasons to dread grant seeking. And you can share in the chat whether you are more of a lover of grant seeking or a dreader of grant seeking. Just share love or dread in the chat, or you can give a heart or a not so happy face in the chat. That will also work, because that's okay. Some of us are going to enjoy this, and some of us are going to have the heartbreak symbol, like I'm seeing in the chat. And that's okay, because not all of us like applying for funding or engaging in this process. It's just something that we have to do, right? And that's perfectly fine. Whereas others of us are all about the chase of funding, right? That's the thing that they enjoy, right? There's reasons to love it, right? It uncovers new opportunities. It allows us to mobilize resources for what we want, but we're going to dread it maybe for some of us, although it seems like a lot of us here actually love it. But some of us may dread it because it's very time consuming. We want to avoid failure. We hate those emails or those letters that we get that say, great idea, but ... because the process may be too competitive. Sometimes we see a call for applications and we're imagining every single different application they get. And it can be everything. And we're thinking to ourselves, how do we even have a chance? Or we're going to spend time writing this thing, but we're not going to have any chance at success. So how does that make us feel? Right. So there are a lot of things that we might want to think about here. So when we're assessing grant opportunities here, whether we love it or dislike it or dread it, we're gonna have to pursue them, right? It's kind of the facts of life here. And so our goal is to make this as least painful as possible, which means finding good opportunities, assessing those opportunities, and spending the time applying for those ones that are the most relevant to ourselves, right? And Peter says he's going to love it. The first rejection is always the hardest to swallow. And that's life, right? The heart and the heartbreak of this, right?
Yeah, and the other thing that we also need to think about when it comes to rejection, there are opportunities for us because there is no way we can be successful without failing. And failure is always a means of communicating to us what we could do differently. So, and that is why the letters of rejections could actually be catalysts for us to be really successful and better in our grant writing effort. So, it's all about how we deal with this issue of failure. If we see failure as opportunity to learn something and to also ask ourselves this introspecting question that what could we have done differently and how can this failure be turned into like a mechanism, a catalyst for success in future grant writing endeavor. So we know that, nobody likes to hear negative stories, negative feedback, that we have not been successful in something that we invested a lot of time. But grant writing opportunity tells us how we can actually, grant writing is a place where we embrace the failure as much as we embrace the success as well.
Exactly. Indeed. So let's talk about cost-benefit analysis. So when you read a grant proposal, you have to make the decision what you're going to do with it. And I'll give you an example. There is this foundation, it's based in Nigeria, but they do work all over increasingly. It's called the Tony Umulu Foundation, or TEF, and they offer small grants around 5,000 thereabouts. They're not large scale ones. They're quite small, to early stage entrepreneurs, right? They don't do research. It's more social entrepreneurship. And let me ask you this question. How much, of those, so I know some of us are researchers, so you don't need to answer this. If you're a researcher, don't answer this question, because the answer would be no, because you're not going to go for it. But amongst us that are the social entrepreneurs here, right, that are the social innovators, that are more sort of practical solutions or products or services or things that we're doing, would this be a grant opportunity that you would apply for? Give me a yes in the chat or a no in the chat. And I see one of us said that the grant funders never give us feedback. Yes, because they receive so many applications. That's the thing, that it's hard to get feedback, right? Unless you're in the final stages of it. That's why in the grant writing and funding program, the full program, a lot of the time and energy in that program is about feedback, is giving written feedback to multiple drafts on funding applications that the scholars work on, because you need to have a good support structure around you to give you feedback and alternative views, so that when you go to the funders, you're able to have a stronger proposal and can imagine some of the areas that you may have fall short on, or at least their perceptions. So a lot of us are saying yes. Okay, but I'm going to focus on actually the no's here, because I think we're going to learn a little bit more. So one of us, Betty, has made it in 2017, has won this award. So congratulations to you. I know we have some in our grant writing scholars who also won this award too. In the past, one of us didn't make it through last year. Nick Nixon says, no, because our business maturity requires tickets that are slightly larger, right? So researchers can apply for it if you have a social innovative idea, right, that grows out of your research. So feel free you can answer if that, but some of us says. So a friend applied but got kicked out in the second stage, even research, so on and so forth. No, it's too cumbersome to follow through to the end. Right. So as some of us are making comments about how they got through certain processes of the rounds, better they make a regret message for someone to understand why they are. Yeah. So that's on the other issue piece. Again, keep in mind that funders receive a lot of applications. Here at the Institute, we receive solicited and unsolicited applications. We do not respond to everything, right? Because there is so much that is sent. Right. So just keep that in mind. A lot of us are living, this comes to the self-awareness part. A lot of us are living on the seeking fund side. But if you are on the funder side, you will see how much it is a difficulty of dealing with the mass number of funding applications. So that explains some of that. All right. So in relation to my question here, right, and researchers can apply for this, but they need to have a tangible solution that grows out of your research. I want to be clear about that. But by and large, people who are more social entrepreneurs would be engaged in this. So some of you said no, because we're starting to do a cost benefit analysis here for some of us. We're saying, wow, it seems like based on what people have said that this application process is so long. So if it's multiple rounds, interviews, applications, check-ins, and then the money is only $5,000, right? For some of us, we're saying our business is mature, right? This is nothing. This is peanuts, right? As they say in some countries, it's peanuts, right? Like you're saying, like for the effort, the time, the energy, the likelihood of success, I'm going to pass this up. So it's understandable that a lot of us said no, but it's also understandable for some of us because we maybe said yes because this may be the only first funding that we're going to get, or perhaps could get. It also shows that if we win this award, then maybe that's going to open up other opportunities for funding, right? Whereas others are saying too much time for so little money, right? For some of us who are in the startup space, $5,000 is nothing, right? We'll keep our business going for 2 months and that's it. And a lot of actual people who participated in the TEF program, have suggested in this program for early stage entrepreneurs have said that this is pretty much very little money for doing actual serious work. Right? So it's up to you to come up with that cost benefit analysis. And as some of us said, that there is some opportunity for academic research that is coming up. There are some other ones. I'm referring here to the early stage one for entrepreneurs too. So just keep that in mind.
Another way we can also think about this is that we are just using this as an example.
Yes.
To drive the conversation. There might be some other forms of grants with the same money value, with some other types of grant with the same money value. So this is where we actually need to think about things from a different perspective, from an elaborate perspective. One, you might want to look inward and look at some of the junior staffs or some of the upcoming entrepreneurs that you've been working with, that you've been mentoring, that you've been coaching. This might be an opportunity for you to work with them to secure this grant, and it becomes a proof of concept. It becomes part of what you can use to flesh out, to strengthen your grant writing resume. Because you may not need this money, But some of these upcoming entrepreneurs may need this money, and they may not really be good in writing grant proposal. You can think of it as an opportunity for you to mentor them through the process. And if they're successful in getting this particular grant, it becomes part of your writing grant writing success story. That's one way to think about it. For those of us who are in the academia, this kind of grant may mean nothing to us when it comes to the value of the money and what we can do with it. But it's an opportunity for you to get your student, your doctoral student or your master's student to apply for such a grant. What that means is that you can be supported. You should offer them some kind of support to apply for this grant. So, because when we think about grant, we should go beyond thinking about ourselves. We can think about it from the perspective of opportunity for others that are connected to us to also leverage this particular grant writing opportunity. And that is why it is important for us to put things in perspective. Okay, I may not need it, but other people may need it. And I can support them to get it. By supporting them to get it, I'm also building my grant writing resume, an attestation to the fact that I can support people to write grants. And that may become beneficial to you down the line. Because when you think about grant writing, it's not a skill that many people have succeeded in cultivating. Many people do write grants, they rely on people to write grants for them. What that means is that if you have really been successful, either writing a grant by yourself or supporting people to write successful grant, the meaning is that it can pivot you into a potential grant writing consulting income stream. And these are all credentials. These are all things you can build upon to build that particular income stream. And I know a lot of colleagues who do this, and the basis of their grant consultancy is what they have done to support people to be successful in putting, their grant writing proposal together. So that's something else you can do. And whoever you've supported, you can just ask them, like, they should do a testimonial mentioning the support they receive from you for that particular grant application to be successful. And that is how we might want to think about the cost-benefit analysis. We may not necessarily look at it from our own individualized perspective. We might want to take a system-broad approach to look at it and with the possibility of some benefit accruing to us down the line.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to get to that question about concept. I'll have Ghana answer this question about concept note and proposal difference in just one moment. So I've seen that question from a couple folks. But the last thing we'll say on this issue is that every funder has a unique configuration of politics, legal constraints, and culture. And sometimes we don't know sometimes they know what they want, and other times they don't. And so one of the other things, in addition to cost benefit analysis, but when we look at calls for proposals, a lot of times they're very specific about what they want, and they're looking for some things. But other times, in other situations, it's our job to tell them what they should be investing into. And that leads us to sort of a discussion of two forms of grant seeking here. The first grant seeking form that we're talking about, and this was in the readings that hopefully you'll read, you read before today's session or will read in those chapters that were shared with you. There was two sort of breakdowns of types of grant seeking, right? The first is reactive grant seeking, in which we're searching out opportunities, requests for proposals. And that example of the Tony Umalu TEF grant is one example of an opportunity that is shared and that one that we respond to, right? And this oftentimes comes through an institution who makes a direct call for applications, or in some cases, you have sub-grantors. So a funder gives an organization money that then they will also fund out, right? So you see the growth of these intermediary organizations that are essentially managing the grants or the funding on behalf of a larger funder, right? Regardless of the configuration, this is what we would call reactive grant seeking. Proactive grant seeking, on the other hand, is when we put forward or pitch an idea to funders who are interested in supporting new ideas. Sometimes they rely on you and your idea to guide their agenda, right? And you would be surprised how many organizations out there literally do not have like a real good strategy for how they're going to make an impact. And they rely on incoming proposals or ideas for them to shape their own strategic planning. Whereas other organizations have very firm strategic plan, know exactly what they want to do and how they want to make impact, right? So a lot of funders run the gambit. A lot of small family foundations oftentimes have no clue how they are actually going to make an impact. So it's our goal to educate them, to bring them along. And that's going to lead itself to a lot of proactive types of grant seeking. Now, Prof. Ghana, we have this question about concept note and proposal. We've been focusing on proposal matters here, right? From that perspective, a concept note can be part of a proposal. Just keep that in mind. And so, Ghana, do you want to talk about what a concept note is in brief? I know we can spend a lot of time on this, but in brief, and also how that relates to a proposal that we're talking about.
Thank you so much. Like we first mentioned at the beginning of this program today, we use the word process to qualify the grant writing. So what that means is that there are stages, and there are stages to be followed when putting a grant proposal together. For some grants, they will require you to first submit a concept note. And the reason why some of the grants may require you to submit a concept note, it serves as a screening tool to determine who's going to be invited to put together to submit a full grant for that particular grant application. And it's one of the ways that they reduce expectation crisis on the part of the grant writer. So what that means is that if I infuse concept note into my call for grant application, and if you receive like 2,000 concept notes, what that means is that we are going to be responding to folks who think their grant idea might actually pass, as a higher possibility of being funded. So if we receive 2,000 application concept notes submitted as a response to that particular call for concept note, at the end of the day, we may just decide to communicate with 50 people to go ahead with putting together their grant proposal. And one of the things about a concept note is that a concept note is always very brief. Sometimes it could be a page, sometimes it could be 2 pages, and in most cases, it's usually 3 pages. And it's usually a summary of the main idea that a particular proposal is going to be structured around. And it's used as a mechanism for gauging interest and the possibility of extending invitation to submit a full proposal. So meaning that the concept note is what they use in getting an insight into the ideas that will form the basis of a proposal. And that is why if you are writing into a particular grant that involves concept note, it requires a lot of time to put the concept note together. If your concept note is poorly written, be rest assured that you may not be given the opportunity to move to the full grant writing full grant submission stage. And the other thing that we also need to know is that the concept note is also what gives the grant writer or the reviewer a potential insight into the detailed information, synopsis of what they expect to see in your full grant. And because all of the elements that you expect to see in a grant proposal are still expected to be captured in the concept note. For example, the underlying objective is usually expected to be seen in the grant. Some aspect of the budget is expected to be seen, not a full detailed budget. Some aspect of the evaluation, the timelines and everything, the team, the overarching question or problems you are interested in addressing through that particular grant. So, yep, it's just a way of introducing the project idea and to generate interest for potential funders or stakeholders. And sometimes it's not the grant writer that might actually request a concept note. And that's another thing we need to pay attention to. you might also use a concept note as a means of soliciting discussion around a particular fundable idea from a potential funding agency or establishment. So sometimes when you want to initiate conversations with folks from whom you want to get some money to fund some of your ideas or project, one of the ways you can actually do that is to write a concept note to them. In that way, you are not revealing too much because sometimes grant ideas can also be, be lashed upon, can also be stolen. So concept note is also a way that you can also protect your ideas, by saying that, okay, we are putting together these two dense two-pager we are submitting it to organization so that in order to form a basis for a possible discussion for a full-blown proposal that we would like you to consider for funding. So you can do this, you can submit it to foundations. It's one of the entry points to engage in foundation in the possibility of funding a particular project that is of importance to us.
And that is an example of the proactive grant seeking. And as Ghana, you're alluding to, the fact that an organization would just take your idea and run with it shows you that earlier point that I was making, that sometimes these foundations are looking to the people outside them for the ideas of what to do, right? And so that is an important point. Abraha had a comment about which of these two types of grant writing is advisable for young researchers. And I think that's a good question. I mean, both are, but when you're in your early part of your career, you're doing a lot more reactive grant seeking, right? Because you are trying to find opportunities that are tailored to more younger researchers that are going to build capacities in those areas. And so you want to tailor it into those spaces first. Because proactive grant seeking, as much as it sounds really exciting to be proactive, a lot of times proactive grant seeking requires a lot of strategy, a lot of networking, a lot of sort of a firm proposal that you're going to share to actually get the funder to talk to you. As I've alluded to you, even the Leaders of Africa Institute receives so much inbound proactive grant seeking activity, right? They receive all these proposals from organizations across the globe. We want to do this. We want to do this. Please fund us for this. Please. And again, it's a lot of things that are coming in there. And unless you're somebody who's got a big name, a great project, great prospectus, a lot of things, you're not going to hear back from anyone, right? You're not going to get your foot in the door that way oftentimes. So my advice would be, if you're in the early stage of your career, reactive grant seeking is going to be the way in which you want to work through things. It's not to say you don't engage in proactive grant seeking at all. It's just that this is going to be the first mechanism for you to achieve a first, grant, and then that will build on itself, right?
Yeah, and the other thing is it's also about the context. Given the current political situation in the United States, where the federal government is actually, cutting back on funding a number of research, many researchers are pivoting towards proactive grant seeking. And the reason why we are pivoting to proactive grant seeking is because, people just have to throw everything at wherever is available to be able to get funding to keep their research going. Because when you think about grant writing, many jobs are going to be on the line. There are some people that we hire them to work on a particular grant, and it is the grant that is responsible for paying their bills, for keeping their life going. They are not just working on a project, but it's also attached to their means of livelihood. So imagine that we suddenly lose our grant, that formed the basis of such employees, being on the job. That means that we can't wait for another grant writing cycle to keep them on the job. We need to proactively to be looking for opportunities to keep them on the job. And that means that we are going to be pivoting to the proactive grant writing cycle. And it's also something that is going to be very, very useful in places where there's not a lot of attention given to grant writing. giving to grants, budgeting for grants. There are many government establishments sitting on a lot of grants. And if you are a scholar from developing country, you should be aware of this. And if you are not working up to them, chances are that they are not going to work up to you. So proactive grant seeking is one of the ways that you can actually go seek them out, look at whether they have some money that they can use to support you in your own research and therefore. And what that means is that you are going to be assisting them to get the job done as much as they are going to be providing the fund necessary for you to be able to do your research. And there are also some NGOs who are really good because of their positioning at attracting money, but they usually don't have the capability required for them to get the job done. Proactive grant writing can also put you in their own biosphere, without meaning that you can have the opportunity of working with them, using their resources to get the job done. And the same is also the case with some of these international development organizations. I know some of them in the agri-food system, like ICRISAT, FAO. They are usually overwhelmed because they've been able to build stellar reputation for themselves. Many people, including foundation, including individual, they give them money to get a lot of things done. And there is always so much little they can do with their staffing capacity. So what that means is that if you seek them out, that, okay, we are doing this, we'd like to discuss with you. If you have some grant money, you can subcontract to us, because it could also be a pathway, a pipeline, a mechanism for getting a grant to be subcontracted to us. Because when we talk about grant seeking, it doesn't mean that you are the substantive PI, principal investigator, or the principal executioner of that particular grant. A grant can be subcontracted to you. And one of the ways you can actually get into this space is through proactive grant seeking.
Absolutely. All right. So let's talk about some of the comments that are made, like where can we find grants? So we're going to turn in that direction. But just to summarize, reactive grant seeking processes, there are two different general types of requests for proposals. Ones are open calls where they're like, hey, anybody out there should apply. And then there's invited call, right? Which is where a funder will go to certain institutions or individuals or organizations and say, hey, can you please put forward a proposal, right? And that happens quite a lot, particularly if you're a notable institution. The funders will come to you first and invite you to apply for the opportunity. So a lot of us are not going to have that inbound invited calls. So for most of us, we're going to be engaging with open calls, right? But just know that other type is there. The submission process varies. So there's not one submission process. Sometimes there's a workshop in advance. We encourage you, if a grantor is doing a workshop, to go to the workshop, because it will allow you to ask some critical questions and learn how the process of the grant writing adjudication will go, as well as some tips for creating a good proposal. A lot of grantors will see who attends those workshops, and if you are in attendance, that's going to look good. And sometimes the application says, have you attended that workshop? And sometimes they will back check that with whether you are actually in attendance. These are good venues for you to ask questions, because one of the things you need to be very, very careful about is asking questions of funders, right? Because here's the problem. Funders are going to get a lot of applications. You can imagine they also are probably going to get a lot of questions about their proposals and about their call for proposals. So they build websites that oftentimes have the description of the grant, the eligibility requirements. It will talk about the timeline. A lot of funders are now adding a YouTube video, or some type of video on their website, so it would answer questions. And the reason why funders do this is because they don't want to receive any questions. Because imagine you have 3,000 people who are applying for this funding opportunity, and there are 3,000 questions to answer. It's not going to be sustainable. And in many cases, the funders will not even return your question to query. In fact, it can actually damage your application if you are asking a question that is clearly articulated in the materials. Because the funder will say to themselves, well, this person doesn't know how to read. This person doesn't know how to do self-guided, sort of interrogation of the materials if they're asking me such a basic question, right? It actually calls into question your ability to interpret that information. Now, a lot of times there are good questions that we have for funders. A workshop is a perfect time to ask those questions. In addition to that, one of the other critical places to mention that you can do this is you can ask a question that may be a really good question, but make sure when you're communicating to funders, you're not wasting their time with a basic question just to ask a question, or you haven't read the materials firmly or carefully enough. So that's important.
And then the other thing we need to pay attention to when we are communicating with grant makers is that you don't want to leave the impression that you are trying to skill the process. If you're writing in a way that you are putting a language that, maybe like a one-liner saying that, I hope you guys are going to find us because we are from a developing country. Our country doesn't fund research. They'll be like, okay, that means you are trying to bribe us with this communication. You are trying to influence our decision with this communication. You want to be clearly professional in that communication. You don't want to come across as somebody that is trying to skew the process, somebody that is trying to game the process. The latter needs to stay focused on business, and there shouldn't be any kind of distraction. And whatever you want to communicate, you need to communicate it very clearly without leaving room for ambiguous interpretations that eventually could work against you. So that's very important for us to pay a lot of attention to.
Yeah, indeed. Now, there are other sections of this. So you have letter of intent, inquiry, or pre-proposal. All these terms sort of relate to a shortened version of your proposal, kind of like what we were talking about with the concept note. That could be another version of it. They're called different things, but they're the same kind of thing, right? The same thing is essentially a shorter version of your proposal that a funder can vet so that you don't waste your time writing a full proposal and the funder doesn't waste their time reviewing full proposals. So instead, they sort of get a snapshot of your idea. They say, yeah, we're interested to learn more. You write us a proposal, or I don't know if we want them to go any further. Let's just have them stop, right? So it's beneficial, actually. I like letters of intent, inquiry, or pre-proposals because they stop people from investing a lot of time into a project that may not have the possibility of getting funded later. So it's beneficial to a lot. And you see that more and more commonly taking place, right? Sort of different phases of an application. In some cases, you'll have interviews, and then in some cases, you'll be invited to write a pre-proposal or a full proposal, sometimes immediately at the beginning part of the process or after they confirm it through some letter in response to a letter of intent, inquiry, or pre-proposal. The point is that the point to take away from this is that there are different stages of the reactive grant seeking process, but keep in mind that every single grant, just like some of you are mentioning in the chat, some grants have geographical eligibility requirements, age eligibility requirements, so on and so forth. Every single funding opportunity is unique in its own right? There's no one way in which things are done, right? In terms of eligibility, in terms of process, right? It's important just to be well aware that these are some things that funders can do, right? They don't maybe do a workshop, right? Some funders don't do workshops at all, whereas other funders do workshops all the time, right? Some of them have a pre-proposal process. Some of the funders don't, right? Some of them do interviews as part of the process of adjudicating a certain proposal. Some of them don't, right? So again, every funder is different. That's on the basis of their culture of their institution, their politics within the institution, other administrative decisions, right? There's a lot of things that go into these decisions, right? So just keep that in mind. You have to be a little bit of adaptable. You need to be a little bit adaptable to these steps there. So what does a full proposal have
Yeah.
that should not be concluded in a pre-proposal? Ghana, do you want to deal with that question? Because I think that's a good question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in the full proposal, as we mentioned, is the fuller version of what you include in your call for, what do we call it again? In the briefing notes.
Yeah.
That's something to pay some attention to. Uh, there are certain level of details in terms of granular details that goes into into the proposal that nobody expects to see in the pre-proposal. The proposal is usually going to ask you, what is the statement of need? That is the underlying idea that you want to flesh out in this particular proposal. And it's also going to ask you, why is that really important? And besides the fact that it's going to ask you why is it important, it's also going to ask you the statement of impact. How is it going to be, who's going to be imparted by this particular idea? You need to talk about that. And sometimes, depending on the specifics of the pre-proposal, they might also ask you about the team that is going to be working on this in order for them to gauge whether you have the capability to do the research or to carry out the intended project or not. So it's just like a laconic summary, a dense summary of some of the things that eventually you are going to be writing in the full proposal. The full proposal, usually most of the elements in the pre-proposal are expected to be in the full proposal. Like the budget might not necessarily be in the proposal, but there might be a one-liner in terms of what you're asking for. Sometimes a proposal might ask you, could you please indicate whether you have the matching part of that particular grant? Because that's what we call the matching component. Some grant may ask you that we want you to match the grant by half of its value. They might ask you, do you have the capacity to do that? So what that means is that they may just ask you a specific question about whether you have the capacity to actually commit to the match requirement for that particular grant. And if you don't have it, you just say that we don't have this capacity to match the grant by half of its value or by twice of its original value. So what that means is that you are not writing out the full budget for that particular grant. You're only focusing on whether you have the capacity to fulfill the matching eligibility requirement. So that's something. And then the proposal might actually be used to interrogate whether you have the capacity to be the fiduciary for a particular grant. The fiduciary status is one thing that some proposal will include as part of their requirement, but may not necessarily be a substantive part of the grant itself. It may just, because one, they know your status, that's the end of it. So these are some of the things that we need to understand in terms of the difference. It's just like when you talk about the abstract of a particular manuscript. If you write a manuscript for publication and the manuscript is published, there's an abstract. The abstract tells us some of the notable things we should be expecting to see in the full manuscript. But it doesn't give us all the details, but it provides us with a reasonable information that can constitute the basis of having insight, penetrative insight into the substantive manuscript. So the relationship of an abstract to a manuscript is usually the relationship of the letter of intent or a proposal to the full proposal. And I hope this addresses your question.
Indeed. Etta, did you want to add anything?
I wanted to take on the other questions that have come in. One indicating first time grant seekers, and then the others also indicating specific areas where calls come in. not targeting maybe areas where they are interested in. And I think that this is a typical problem that those of us in social sciences and the humanities keep complaining about. So we say, okay, all the grants coming in health or maybe in other areas, but not really the humanities. And I remember, I'll just share an experience I had with Prof. Ghana. I remember I equally had these kinds of ideologies, and that's how I was thinking. And I told Prof. Ghana, I'm not in sustainability, I'm not in climate change. And he was like, so what are you really in? And I'm like, I'm in aspirations. That's what I like to do. And he says, okay, fine. I want to understand students' aspirations towards climate change. That's how I brought you in. So there is always a way to factor in your interest in the broader interest that is out there. Note that we are not saying that get into areas which you're not qualified. But of course, that's why a team comes in. So you can work with people in climate change and then bring in your own expert area. And that is how you can build a very good team to position a grant. And if you are a first-time grant applicant, like we said in a flagship program, you do not need to fret because there is always a first time for everybody. Think about it. So those who have very big grants now, huge grants now, there was a first time. And that's why we started off talking about building a persona. Is so important. So yes, a grant may lead to another, but more importantly, your idea and your person leads to a grant. So it's important to showcase the work that you've done in this area, your kinds of interests, and that's what you can do in maybe writing articles, or if you're not in the research space, you're in the social innovation space, community works that you've been doing, even volunteerism and all of that can shape you and prepare you for grants, for grant application, for your first time grant application. And trust me, you get it. I had my first time. I think Prof. Ghana had his first time, and Prof. Peter as well. So and that was.
Yeah, there's another question. Thank you so much, Prof. Peter, for citing that particular conversation we had. So there is this question that I really find interesting. There's a question about the distinction between letter of intent, pre-proposal, and what is it? What is the third one? I think letter of intent, pre-proposal, and letter of inquiry. So let's start with the letter of inquiry. When you're writing an inquiry, you're trying to find information. You are trying to seek information, and that's something we need to know. And it also depends on the context where you are working. A letter of intent in certain grant writing spaces, it might also be a kind of preliminary agreement that expresses our intention, to get into like it could be, for example, a grant subcontract, or to assess a particular grant, and that's something to pay a lot of attention to, because it depends on context. Where we want to put explanation into the concept of a letter of intent, and letter of intent could be an expression that you intend to submit a particular grant application. So some of these organizations require you to do that. Whereas the proposal is a detailed plan of everything you want to interrogate, how you want to interrogate it, the expertise you are bringing to bear, the impact, and the budget size, and other related corollaries. So that's something to know about that. Whereas when you talk about an inquiry, you are just looking for information. You're trying to investigate certain things about that particular grant. And so those are the major basic difference between that. And then there's another question about the difference between a grant proposal and a research proposal. A research proposal may not necessarily have a budget piece to it. And that's something to pay a lot of attention to. And there's also a lot of room in terms of what you can put into a research proposal versus what you can put into a grant proposal. A grant proposal is usually more focused compared to a research proposal. So, and that's something to pay a lot of attention to. Because when we talk about a research proposal, a research proposal means that you are focusing on conducting a research. But when we talk about a grant proposal is not necessarily about research. A grant proposal may be related to a project. A grant proposal may be related to facilitating a training. A grant proposal may be related to conducting a conference. A grant proposal may be related to fostering or writing a grant to acquire some equipment. It could be focused on so many things. So these are some of the basic distinctions between a grant proposal and a research proposal.
Thanks, Prof. Ghana and Prof. Etta. And I'll encourage you, Prof. Etta and Prof. Ghana, feel free to answer some of these questions in the chat. For the sake of time, we're going to move on. I will say we are given limited time here in the grant writing and funding workshop to answer all of these really important questions and touch on these areas. And that's why there is the full program in which we explore each of these topics, because I can see there are a lot of great questions quite extensively in that space. But we're going to do our best to answer as many questions as possible in the chat. Prof. Ghana and Etta, feel free to chime in there. Now, a lot of you asked, and this goes back to one of the questions earlier, something we want to talk about, which is, how do we find these calls for applications or opportunities? And there are a couple of different places to look. One of the places is Google Alerts, which I'll have Prof. Etta explain how she's sort of used this technique. The second place is LinkedIn notifications. The only problem is that a lot of organizations put calls for applications for funding, very close to the deadline on LinkedIn. Sometimes they're early. Some organizations are very good where they put out their call like when it opens to everyone. But a lot of times they put out the call on LinkedIn near the close to the end of the deadline. And I'll give you an insight as to why they do that. They do that because some organizations may not receive the kind of applications they're looking for. They want more, or they found that their applications they're receiving are not high quality. So they're saying, hey, last minute, please, anyone, send in applications, right? So this happens for some organizations if they haven't had a very good strategy of bringing in, opportunities. And that's why some of you will find on LinkedIn, a funding proposal is due in 2 days. And you'll be like, why didn't I know about this before? Well, that's some of the reasons why. So that's a good place. There are also external databases, and Ghana's going to talk about the Grantforward database in just a moment as an opportunity to find these opportunities. Prof. Etta, why don't you talk about this Google Alerts? Because I think for some of us, we're going to find this strategy really useful to us because it's giving us notifications. So why don't you talk a little bit about your strategies and techniques?
Okay, Prof. Peter. So I think I should start by saying that funding is actually an investment. So it's not kind of like a dash. So like just responding in part to some of the comments in the chat. Why do they have to give us partial funds? Because they don't have the complete money to give you. So they have to give you partial. However, it's important to understand that the funding that is being granted is actually an investment on the part of the funder as well. So we have to think critically about that. That is why as well it's not money to joke around with. So the first step, of course, to getting a grant is being aware of the opportunities that are out there. So particularly with reactive grant seeking, we need to find those calls that are open, and the opportunities that are paid, but there are also others that are not, that can keep you in the loop as to grants openings or calls that have come up. And one of the things I do personally is I target key funders in my area. So that are both government oriented and also non-governmental organizations. In my area in education, we have funders like Spencer, we have John Templeton, we have Jacobs Foundation, Codestria, and there are so many of them. So what I do is I apply for their newsletters so that when there is a call that comes out, I am first to know, because they usually share these calls through their newsletters. And so it's like joining their community, so that when information is out, you are equally aware that, okay, these kinds of opportunities are available. So that's one of the things I do. I follow these funders. I know that, and it is easy because for some of these funders it's periodic. So it may be every November, time of the year, and so on and so forth. So you can actually follow them in a more structured way. And then a second thing I do is I have a day-to-day funding site through Google homepage. So when you go to your Google homepage on your phone, you can use your laptop, of course, but I mean, your phone is something which you have handy like all the time. You have the opportunity to be able to receive daily news about, what new thing. I know this is one that Prof. Peter likes a lot. What new thing Trump is saying, what he has tweeted. And so you have that opportunity to be able to receive daily news. Of course, if you're following meditations, you can also have them being filtered through that page. And so I choose to filter in funding opportunities. And so I set up that alert, which is really simple. So I just choose to receive funding opportunities. And so when all of these opportunities come that are out there on Google, remember Google is a big space. And so one of the things I want to do is go into Google and ask the question, what funding opportunities are available? But all of that can just get filtered to me because I'm interested in funding through their homepage. And so that's one of the things I do. Prof. Peter has spoken about LinkedIn, that of course, some grant calls, we may see it really late, or it may be posted very close to deadlines, but it's also a very good space. In fact, one of the grants I had, I met someone in LinkedIn, we got connected, and the person shared the call with me, and that's how I got it. So it may not be you meeting the calls directly, but it may also be someone you've met through LinkedIn because it's a professional site, and you could leverage on such opportunities. So I think those particularly are three key ways that I employ to keep myself in the loop about grant opportunities.
Wonderful. Thanks for sharing, Etta. So some really good advice in keeping, up to date. And one of the things, Prof. Etta, you mentioned that sometimes, you see opportunities close to deadlines. Sometimes it's really good to keep a generic proposal handy, right? Some sort of document where you planned out like your idea, you're waiting for opportunities, and then you take what you have in that generic proposal and then you adapt it for the opportunity, right? Make sure to adapt it. Don't just wholesale cut and paste, because oftentimes when you do that, the funder is going to notice that you're writing an application or a funding proposal for something slightly different than what they like. So you make sure to adapt, but it's always good to have your ideas written down somewhere, maybe even a proposal, in some form, so that way when those opportunities may come about, you're kind of ready to go to some extent. I know that's hard to do, and that advice may not work for all of us in the way that we work, but that's something to kind of keep in mind.
Okay, I think Juma has asked, how then do we identify trusted sources, which is a common problem that we face with advanced technology. And one of the things that we will hear, I think we have mentioned already, is that the whole process of developing a grant proposal requires that you actually interrogate a lot of things about the organization you're interested in. So you must seek to understand their vision, their mission. You must understand everything. And so when you get a notification about an opportunity which is open, you can't just get into writing. You can't just get into making an application. You need to go to that organization, to the organization website, and find out about the credibility of this information. And so amongst the different ways, of course, that we can use to find spam materials and materials that we cannot trust, it's important to ensure that you are interrogating actually that organization and seeing whether the opportunities are credible. I think I said last time that I saw a grant call for $50. So of course, it's not every grant call that you have to attend to, and that's why it's so important to do the background checks and make sure that organization is authentic.
Yeah, and cost benefit analysis on that, right? For $50, if you're spending 2 days writing an application for like $50, where there's not much exposure to what you're doing, the money's not going to cover what you're going to doing. That's when that really started functions, that earlier conversation we had. And just building off what you said, Etta, when we're looking at sort of these funding opportunities, we're looking at a few things, right? What are the objectives of the funding opportunity? And we've been talking about how objectives may or may not align with our areas. The eligibility requirements, right? There are geographical eligibility requirements, age, institutional constraints, for instance, right? Every institution is very different. Here at the Institute, for instance, for the flagship programs like Research Methods Program, Grant Writing and Funding Program, back in the day, maybe 3 years ago, there was some geographical bounding you had to be based on the African continent or something of that nature. That has been liberalized in recent years because we like our communities to be a little bit more global and to facilitate those conversations. In addition to that, a lot of applications also have age requirements. So you have to be a youth under 35. There are a lot of different definitions of youth, by the way. Not everyone agrees on what that means, but a lot of them are like 35 or under, or 30 or under, or these things like that, right? Here at the Institute, we're very different. We're age agnostic because one of the key things, the priorities of the Institute is to facilitate intergenerational learning, right? People learn at all stages of their career. Just because they're, a young researcher doesn't mean they're actually facing similar complications than somebody who has a bit more experience, right? But every organization views these kind of things in different ways. I know Prof. Etta was considering applying for a funding opportunity, actually a workshop, and the requirement was to have done your PhD within the last 7 years. Unfortunately, it's been more than that number of years for Prof. Etta's PhD. So she was not eligible to participate. And it's kind of unfortunate that they didn't broaden that out enough to allow more people to participate. But you'll see those eligibility requirements, and you need to make sure that you're minding them when you're considering opportunities. Oftentimes, they're going to share the number of awards, the average amount of the awards. That's the amount of money you're likely to get. Right? Always take the average, because sometimes awards will be like, here's the largest award we'll give. Here's the smallest award. So you'll never know what the real award is going to be. And sometimes the funders don't even know how much money they're going to give each one, because they don't even know how many awardees they're going to give. Right? For some of us, this is going to be news. Like, we're going to think the funders always know what they're doing. But a lot of times the funders are trying to figure things out as they go. Right? So sometimes it's good to look at average number of awards, look back historically. If it's an award that is given out on a yearly or quarterly or twice a year, whatever it may be, you can look at past awardees to figure out how much those awards are and how many they are, if they're not being transparent for that. And then obviously the time frame. What are the steps in the process? What are the times frame? And obviously the reading for today, and again, I want to encourage you to do it, takes you through a proposal. And one of the nice things, and this is why we like this text to share with you, is because it has a markup or an annotation of a grant funding proposal that displays all the different sections that you might see in a proposal. But of course, as I said earlier, and as we all said here, each funding proposal is unique in its own way. So that's a general one. So Prof. Ghana, do you want to take us through Grantforward a little bit here? I'm going to show on the screen while Prof. Ghana talks. Some of you have been talking about places to get access to funding opportunities. We're going to share with you a list of some places that are there. In addition to that, our grant writing and funding program scholars have also compiled their own lists of opportunities, and hopefully we'll be able to share that broad, extensive list there. Obviously, there are a lot of different places to get that, but we're going to just demonstrate one database here, which is called Grantforward. So Ghana, why don't you take us into this?
So there are databases, proprietary and not proprietary, that you can use to source for information, either proactively or otherwise, about grant about grant applications. And one of these databases is what is known as the Grantforward, and it has about 9,000 grant makers information within the database. And the other thing we need to know about some of these grant data sources is that some of them may be specialized, as it is the case of Grantforward, which is meant to provide grant information to academics and those that are working in research institutes, either public or private. And there are other such platforms or databases like TerraFever that are directed towards a broader audience, academics and non-academics. And we also have some databases that are exclusively put in place to serve the need of folks who are working in the NGO ecosystems. And one of the interesting things about Grantforward is that it's not just a database through which you can get information about a grant application or a grant for or a request for grant, a solicitation for grant application. The other thing about it is that it also incorporates the features that enables you to identify those that you can potentially collaborate with. And that is why when you mess around with the interface, one of the things you note is that it enables you to create a profile of yourself. And this profile, you have the opportunity of public facing it with other researchers who could identify you and reach out to you that they would like to collaborate with you as part of their research team. So this is another opportunity that you can secure through Grantforward. What that means is that it is infused with networking opportunity. You could reach out to potential collaborators. Potential collaborators could also reach out to you through Grantforward. And the other thing about Grantforward is that, because it's such a massive database, they've been able to do a good job in order to improve on the usability of it. You can filter it in a way that whatever information that is relevant to your specific need at that material point in time is what you are going to get. It's not just only getting information when you are searching it. It also has the capability to put notification either to your phone or to your email. For example, you can set up your Grantforward in a way that whenever there is a call for a particular grant application in a particular area of interest, let's say, for example, biotechnology, let's say, for example, food poverty, let's say, for example, environmental justice, wherever it is, Grantforward has the capability to push that notification to your email or designated point of receipt of that notification. It could be your phone. So that's another thing about Grantforward. So what that means is that you don't have to be on this particular platform 24/7 every single day of your life. The database is going to do the job by informing you that there is a particular grant request for grant application that it's out there or that's about to be out there. And that's another thing, capability that comes with Grantforward. It makes you to be prepared ahead of time because sometimes there will be some information that will be pushed to you about a grant that is going to be open to receive an application maybe like 5 months, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months down the line. And that will give you enough time to be able to prepare ahead of time. So that's another capability that is infused into Grantforward. And it just takes away this time prayer that majority of the people that are working in grant ecosystem that experience that, I just read this information and the grant application is due for submission in 3 months' time, and I have a lot of things going on in my life. How do I do this? So Grantforward is designed with distressing the lives of grant writer, in mind. So what that means is that such notification could be pushed to your email or to your phone as you so desire. And the other thing is that you can also filter the grant by categories. Like, for example, if you're interested in getting a grant from the government, if you're interested in getting a grant from the public stakeholders, all of these things, you can do that. And then the other good thing about Grantforward is that it also comes with geographical delineation. Sometimes certain grants are directed towards folks who are living in certain parts of the world. If you are living in Africa, a particular grant may be oriented towards people that are living in Africa. Some may be oriented towards those that are living in North America. So Grantforward enables you to play around with all of this filter so that you are going to be getting the required information. And even when you are searching for grants on this particular database, it also assists you to narrow down to what really matters. And so you have all of these keywords that comes with the filtering functionality on this database. And it's a database that I use and that a good number of my colleagues also use. But it's a paid database. It's a proprietary database. It's not free. And but it comes with a lot of capability, networking capability. And besides the issue of networking capability, it also makes you to be prepared, ahead of a particular grant receiving substantive application submission. And at the same time, it also, reduces the amount of time you got to spend searching for grant applications. So there are many tips. There's one of the things that I really love in recent time that comes with artificial intelligence. I'm not a big fan of artificial intelligence. But one of the things that artificial intelligence is actually making us to pay a lot of attention to is that prompting could actually be a skill. So one of the good things that they have also done, that this particular database has done, is that they've been able to generate some tidbits regarding how best you can actually search for information that will meet your need. And these are some of the prompting tips. We call it searching tips. I prefer to call it prompting tips, that you can use to optimize your search for different kinds of grants that meet your need in this particular database. So the reason why we are sharing this with us is because there's this question that gets asked, and that has been asked a lot today. How do we get to know, where do we get to search for, grant request for grant application? We can search for them through databases. And what that means is that we might want to encourage our different places of work to subscribe to some of these databases. And if they do not have budget, we also have non-proprietary databases that we can use, like TerraFever. TerraFever is a very massive database. So all of this, in addition to social media platforms, Pivot is another one, Spin is another one, CEO, Candid is another one, Defex is another one. Defex is really good for development funding, development financing, activities of NGOs at the intersection of addressing any kinds of development problem. So we also have Grant Gopher, which is also a big one, and that is especially useful for nonprofits establishments. So we have different databases that we can use as search engine. And that is very, very, it's a useful tool. And the beauty of this search engine is that almost all of them, they have notification and they have this filtering mechanism, which means that we don't have to be sitting there all the time. We just need to be well trained on how the database can be doing the job and then sending notification to various emails or phone.
Thanks, Prof. Ghana. And we will send a list of these links that you can see on your screen with the Monday memo with the recording. So do not worry about that, and no need to ask for that. That will be shared with you. So we see these examples. This is a grant example from the textbook, so we invite you to review that. And we talked about, so how do we find it? How do we sort of think about different sections of these pieces? The last thing that we want to share with you in this section before we go to our second and final break is that one of the things that you may want to think about doing when you see an opportunity that you're trying to apply for, you're considering, is to what we call reverse engineer the rubrics, because sometimes the funding opportunity will tell you exactly what they're looking for and how they're going to score it. We've even seen some organizations that give an actual rubric with about like 40% for this, 20% for this, another 20% for that. And then you get an idea as to the mix of priorities or emphases you need in your grant funding proposals. However, a lot of opportunities do not do this. And so you are not privy or have access to the actual rubric that reviewers are using to be able to, view the view or read your proposal. So one of the things that we suggest that you do is to reverse engineer. So read the call per proposal and create, for instance, a rubric of maybe 4 or 5 different areas that if you are the reviewer, and this is something that we advise our grant writing scholars to do all the time, which is not to think like a funding seeker, but rather to think like the funder or the reviewer, right? The more you're thinking about them and how they think about things, the better you're going to be able to tailor your proposal. So you think like a funder and you design a rubric that you would use if you were grading a proposal. And that allows you the opportunity to tailor and think about strategically how your proposal will look like. One of the other tools, and I know Prof. Ghana mentioned that he's a little bit skeptical of the AI tools. I think AI tools are helpful in when used in the appropriate ways. And one way we may use a ChatGPT or one of these types of platforms is we can share our grant proposal with that platform, or not the grant proposal, sorry, the call for proposals with the platform, and ask it to create a rubric. Sometimes it can do a decent job at reading through the proposal and giving us an example rubric of something that can work. And so that is something else that we may want to be able to do as well. Because the more that we can pretend like we know what the reviewer is thinking, and the more we can actually know what the reviewer is thinking without sort of inside information. Of course, if we have inside information, it's ideal. The better we're going to be able to do things. So, for instance, we fed one of these call for proposals, the Zayed prize, which is this call for proposals, and we fed it into the ChatGPT module, and it came up with, for instance, a rubric here. Right? The thing about the Zayed prize is it actually had a fairly good rubric that was already built in, so it was very easy for the engine to come up with this rubric that you can see on your screen. And so it may be harder in some other cases. But one of the things I recommend doing is creating a rubric before you write. After, to be able to direct and strategically think about your proposal. And with this insight, we are going to go to our second and final break. And when we come back from the second and final break in 5 minutes, we're just going to take a 5-minute break, we're going to launch into looking at funding ideas, which is our third and final theme for our workshop. We're going to take a look at some of these themes and some of these ideas and what makes a good idea. And so we're going to use the next hour or so for that final topic of our workshop. So we'll see you all in 5 minutes. We are back, and we are set for the third and final part of today's one-day grant writing and funding workshop. And in this section, we're going to turn to talking about what makes a fundable idea, right? So we talked about the importance about how funders fund people and they fund ideas, right? The rest of the proposal, which unfortunately in our format, we're not going to get to every single section of the grant funding proposal in our one-day workshop, but it all flows through having a good fundable idea and what that takes. And so that's going to be discussed in this third and final section. And we're going to be able to wrap up in the next hour. That's when we are going to finish today's workshop. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by looking at some of your examples. This is something that we do quite a lot in the full grant writing and funding program in our program meetings. And obviously there are small group conversations and things that we do. And we also workshop the examples in our sessions as well as provide feedback, written feedback on the actual drafts. And so we're going to do a little bit of that in our format. And as you know, in the communication before today's workshop, the day before, you are asked to submit, if you would like, an example of a fundable idea that you have had. And many of you answered that call and shared that information. And we're going to take a look at a few of these, and we're going to read through them. I'm going to focus on, first and foremost, those that are present in today's session here, and then that will lead us into our conversation on these. So let's take a look at these here, and let's start with this one here in no particular order, and hopefully you can see on my screen. This is from Janvier's here, and you can see on your screen the written version of what was submitted here on your screen. So just take a moment to kind of read this to yourselves. But while you're reading, we're going to I'm going to kind of begin the commentary, and myself as well as Prof. Ghana will all kind of jump in commentary on these. So this talks about Burundi being a member of the AFCTA since 2018, seeks to stimulate the economy through entrepreneurship, representing 95% of the entrepreneurship fabric, contributing less than 10% to GDP and overall turnover, so on and so forth. Although local and international financial institutions play a critical role in providing financial services to entrepreneurs and enabling them to capitalize on the market opportunities offered by AFCTA, many entrepreneurial initiatives struggle to establish their presence in the market. This is largely due to barriers obstructing financing of entrepreneurial initiatives, which hinders growth. To conduct a comprehensive analysis of the financing of entrepreneurial ventures in Burundi, it is essential to formulate pertinent research questions that explore this element. And it says, as a public policy researcher at this organization, I have sought funding for this research entitled this, Economic Liberalism as a Lever for Financing Entrepreneurial Initiatives in Burundi. This study relies on empirical analysis combining qualitative from data from interviews and stakeholders in Burundi's commercial sectors and quantitative data on the activities of entrepreneurial initiatives in Burundi, right? So let's start off with what is really strong about this proposal, and feel free to chime in some of your feedback in the chat as well. But I think this was one of the few proposals that did this, that mentioned, and I'm going to be highlighting things in green here for positive, that mentioned the person doing the work. A lot of these ideas didn't mention at all in the abstract who was doing the work. And as we mentioned, we invest in ideas and we invest in people and institutions. So it says, as a public policy researcher, maybe we want to share a little bit more experience of what that experience is. And we also have the organization here. So that was a really nice way of including that information. Another thing that is really good here is this first part, although it could be a little bit more clear, because I think a lot of us in reading this were a little bit confusing what the representing 95% of the entrepreneurial fabric, what fabric means, and contributing 10% less in terms of turnover. So we have a little bit of jargon here that is a little bit confusing. So people will be a little bit confused as to what this means, particularly if they're reading from a non-economics background. And when we're writing our funding proposals, we want to make sure that we're appealing to reviewers who are experts in our field and those who are non-experts, and oftentimes panels for reviewing proposals, even research proposals, are going to be coming from experts and non-experts, getting all diverse perspectives. So we have to write in a very accessible way. But what is very good here, so I'll put a sort of a yellow here for cautionary on some of these terms, what they mean. But the green sections are very good because it begins with some data. It begins with an articulation of the problem. Now, many of you, when you wrote your funding proposal ideas, you turned them in, you were very vague. You were like, a lot of people have problems. There's a maternal health crisis in this area. There's, a lot of students are not learning, right? These vague general phrases, right? And yes, you may be right. but we need to know some insights, right? We need to know the scope of the problem as best as we can. Now, some of you are going to tell me, well, I'm doing the research to know the scope of the problem. And yes, that may be the case, right? Some of our research is actually to understand a scope of a problem. But we do know that there has been research that has been done before that can give us a little bit of insights there. Which leads me to one of the other a concern here is that this is a research project, but it's referencing no key studies that have been done in the area. So we do not know when we look at this whether we are doing a fully new study here that no one's ever done this, or people have done this in Burundi, or other people have done similar studies elsewhere and found various findings. We don't know how new this is. We just say, well, we have a problem here and we want to do this work. But we don't know who else has done it. We have some indications that some people have done it because we have these figures, but we need to know a little bit more how different this research is based on what other research is out there and bring in those sources. You don't always, data sources in the pitches are helpful, but you don't always have to provide references. It depends on the nature of the proposal. In most proposals, yes, you're going to reference it in a footnote or something like that. But if it's generalized knowledge from a generalized space, you don't always have to reference like every little thing in there, but it can be very helpful to drop those references. Here, you probably do want to reference it because we're kind of curious where this comes from, right? Etta, did you want to jump in?
Okay, Prof. So for me, I would like to add another green just for the start of the second paragraph, where the author tries to indicate what previous work has been done in this area. And that's a very good, for me, I think it's a very good way to start, because most times we say that no work has been done, and I'm the person who is coming here to do all the work. And so acknowledging and recognizing what others have done to lead the way to identifying what is left to be done is very good. However, why the author indicated that very clearly, I'm struggling to find coherence between what they want to do and what they are seeking funding for. So in the very next statement, the author indicates that the issue is that there are barriers. So we have barriers in the financing of entrepreneurial initiatives. So I will then, without looking at what he wants to do, top of my head, I will say, okay, so he wants this funding to be able to now give funds to those who do not have funds, because that's what I've seen. That's what I can read from the way the purpose has been stated. But when he goes to the last paragraph, he says that what he really wants to do is do an empirical analysis to understand their activities. You know, I find a kind of misalignment between that purpose and what he wants to use the money for. So I think that it can help when you tie up your purpose to the need. So what we always call the statement of need. So what exactly do you need that money for? It should really align neatly with what the purpose is. For me, that would be it.
Yeah, so I'm going to highlight some areas in red, which are the main areas that we want to address here. Like, what are the barriers, right? We need to talk about a little bit more about what we're exploring those barriers. And the other part is the entrepreneurial initiatives. What type of entrepreneurial initiatives? That's very broad. And obviously, in Janvier's head, there are some specific examples of these initiatives. And it's important to mention them here to some extent, right? So we can say entrepreneurial initiatives such as these, or barriers such as these, right? So we want to give some indication that we have a little bit more knowledge than these generalized kind of, we have a lot of entrepreneurs, they face a lot of barriers, and I want to see whether these entrepreneurial initiatives are making a difference, right? That's essentially what we're trying to do with this research. But the thing is, we need to spell that out a little bit more, because we can imagine that other people are going to sort of have articulated that in different ways, right? So we want to be a little bit more specific to that elements as well.
I would
I'll
also
also,
like
yeah, go ahead, Eda.
Okay, so I also like to add that it's true that we receive funding for research, and there's a lot of funding out there for that. And some funding as well for exploratory research. But many funders, on average, are not interested in exploratory research. So they don't want they would not like to give you money to tell them the intensity of the problem, or to tell them the scope of the problem. They will want a more added value. How will you solve the problem? What is the little you can do with this money to solve the problem? Most times when it is exploratory, then it's more when funders are interested in research sentences. So when they want you to do a kind of review of what is available, so that they can be able to find out areas to fund. That is where funding can really go into it. So yes, there are calls that will ask you to do maybe an exploratory research, but if it's not mentioned, I'll always advise that it's important to look more at doing some kind of project, some product that will come out of it, some added value, some intervention that will help the situation.
Yeah, and then the other thing that I also think could be done better in this particular blob is that one, you mentioned that the study relies on empirical analysis, combining the qualitative data from interviews with stakeholders. That is wasting a lot of, words. You don't need to put empirical analysis combining it. Just say that you are going to conduct interviews with stakeholders, because this is the kind of situation whereby you need to use fewer words to say a lot of things. So you don't have to be verbose when it comes to expressing your intent. And I also talk you are going to be doing quantitative data analysis. Just talk about the kinds of questions. I would rather rephrase this to talk about the question you are going to be interrogating, because there's nothing that tells us about the overarching question that will form the basis of your empirical investigation and the kinds of data you're going to be collecting. You want to put in things that will excite your funders. In that particular last line, there is nothing that, if I'm a funder, that is going to be exciting to me, because all I just see is like, oh, you put in some words there, and but these words they need to evoke excitement. You know, if your paragraphs are not evoking excitement, chances are that your proposal is not going to be funded. So what is it that is exciting here? You need to ask yourself. Even the topic further throws me off the balance. Economic liberalism as a lever for financing entrepreneurial initiative in Burundi. It's still about verbosity, grammatical verbosity. Do you need to put in the title there? Title is not the thing that captivates people. When they are reviewing your proposal, it is the substantive issues, questions you are seeking to interrogate, and how you intend to go about that. So you need to be specific without being verbose, without being vague. Vagueness is going to, is not going to evoke excitement. Specificity is what evokes excitement. And then when you talk about people, the other area that needs a lot of work is that, okay, projects are not being funded. People will tell you, so we should be funding projects. There is very little amount of money, that is actually out there that people can apply to in order for them to get funding. We don't expect the government to be funding everything, even the private sector, the individuals, the foundation. There is just very little that they can fund in terms of ideas. So you have to think about another way of articulating the need the need to be proper, the need needs to be articulated in a stronger way. They are struggling to secure financing. Is it because they lack the capability to write a good proposal to secure available grants out there? What exactly is the problem that you want to interrogate? Or what is it that anecdotal evidence suggests is the basis of their inability to secure financing? Is it because the financing is not there? Is it because they lack the grant writing prowess to be able to secure financing? Is it an access problem? Is it an availability problem? These are things that you need to clearly demonstrate and weave narratives around them in order for you to write something more specific and that will evoke excitement.
To build off what Ghana you're saying here, a lot of folks in the entrepreneurial space always say, and they say that in every country, not just Burundi, every country, there are a lot of small businesses, micro businesses, entrepreneurs, and the issue is always that they always lack funding to get started, right? That is a common sort of thing, right? The world over, that's a common thing, right? So to push you on what Prof. Ghana mentioned, we need to say something more, because we don't want our research to come back and say, well, if we give all these entrepreneurs more funding, then everything will be solved. Well, we all know that, right? That may solve part of it. It may not even solve the whole thing, but like we have to show that we're doing more than just finding that obvious answer, right? But what is there about the nature of financial systems, the way in which entrepreneurs interact with the economy, that will be really interesting and that this research will be revealing. I also want to just mention a couple of quick things here to build on what Prof. Etta said. And this is something that's so important in your idea, is you need to show that you have a pilot or a proof of concept. So many of us just want our research to be funded, but we've shown them no evidence that we've gone out and we've done any work to prepare for that type of research or that type of social entrepreneurial activity. We need to show that we have proof of concept or we've done a pilot, right? And we need to show that, right? So it would be nice to say in this proposal, we've talked to a certain number of farmers already, and we found that X, Y, and Z. Now we're going to explore that a little bit more because there are some nuances there, and that's going to allow us to unlock X, Y, and Z, right? It's a lot stronger when you say that you've done some of this work, right? Because when you don't have a proof of concept, then people will say, well, maybe this person's not going to be able to carry out the work. Number two, they'll also say maybe this person is really not motivated to do this research, right? Because you'll throw in a proposal and you'll keep throwing in a proposal. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. We can all say all the things that we want to do, but a funder's trying to look to see whether this person is committed to this idea and committed to this work. So when you talk about your previous experience in cultivating some of the background research that you need or the proof of concept, then that's going to go a long way. For those of us that are social entrepreneurs, it's about showing that we're generating quote unquote revenue or we're building a market base of users, right? That is that's the social entrepreneur's way of thinking about a proof of concept, right? The more that we're able to show that, the more funders are going to be able to say these people are, or this person is on the right track. I want to get behind it. It seems like the work they've already done has yielded some results. I want to see more. I want them to build more. Right? That's going to be very critical.
And I think that also answers a question that had been asked previously in the chat about funders insisting on partial funding from another organization or institutional funding in the case of organizations like academia. So some of these is because funders want to be able to be sure that you have been able to secure funding or you can secure funding at some small space. So if you have been able to secure funding at your institution, at the institutional level, then it's very possible that external funding is something that you can handle. So sometimes, again, that request comes, that requirement is indicated because funders too want to be sure that, okay, you are one who has the ability to do that. I'm just calling our attention because that response directly answers a question that had been raised earlier.
Indeed. And I'll answer Michael's question. What happens if your funding is for a proof of concept? Well, that becomes a harder thing to fund because, as Prof. Ghana says, a lot of funders are looking things. I think actually, as you, Prof. Etta, says, they're funding things that are beyond the early stages, right? So if that is the case, then you're going to have to rely very heavily on previous work that other people have done, right, to show that this is worth the time and the energy, right? That's a really important one. All right, let's look at a couple more of these, and then we're going to kind of summarize some strategies in both research and social innovation that we may use, or things to think about. And it's one of the tools we use also in the research methods program to some extent to help us think about what makes a good research agenda or a good social entrepreneurship agenda here. Let's go to, let me see here. I think I'm going to go to... Let's go to Brendan's here. Oh, one other thing on the titles, one of the things about the title is that you may want to have a creative title. If you're going to have a title, sometimes it's important to have a very creative title, right? Some of these researchy-esque titles are very long-winded and very uninspiring. So if you're going to have a project title, make it a creative title. Right? So think about it, something cool, something that's going to catch somebody's eye and they're going to remember it, right? It's, a project explaining, agricultural crop yields in this region. No one's going to remember that, right? But if it's a creative title, somebody may remember that, to the extent that titles do matter. So just keep that important. All right. So let's look at Brendan's here. Green Governance Zimbabwe Trust established a community center of influence in Chinamani, Mwaka Hub. The project being applied for is built around Mwaka Hub and seeks to empower local women in championing Green Village approach in Chinamani, which addresses social ecological challenges through nature-based enterprise development model. The proposed project will build the entrepreneurial capacity of women and girls in green jobs such as organic vegetable farming and organic honey production at the Mwaka Hub. Women from the rural areas are the backbone of the local economy, but continue to face challenges stemming from climate change, impacting agricultural productivity and food security. The successive extreme climate events such as Cyclone Ida and El Nino have caused significant challenges to agricultural productivity, with limited initiatives most affecting local females to carry out the burden of unpaid care work. The goal of the proposed project will be achieved through a peer-to-peer mentorship from small-scale farmers and agripreneurs, provision of communication and information technology tools to increase access to new and larger markets, and by proposing basic agropreneurship skills training. The long-term expected result of the intervention is to enhance community resilience for women and girls, and improve local agricultural productivity while promoting sustainable land use, right? So we can see the proposal. I'm going to read at least main sections of it. So, all right. So when we think about those lessons we applied here, the first thing that we like is it's an interesting idea, but it lacks a lot of specificity of the problem, right? We see excessive extreme climate events. So that's good. We see some proper names here, but what happened? What was their effects? Tell us a little bit about that. Right? The other thing we say addresses challenges. What are those challenges? What are the scope of the challenges? Now, one of the major positives of Brendan's work here is that it mentions the work that has been done. They built Mwaka Hub already. They have a foot on the ground and they're doing this work. But the question that a funder is going to be wondering is, if they have the foot on the ground and they're working in these communities already, why aren't we getting specific data as to what's really going on ground here? Why are we talking about generalities about women, about jobs, about, farming yields? Like, why aren't we giving the specifics here? Why haven't we been able to capture the depth of the problem? Right? So we need to do a lot more that is here. It doesn't necessarily have to be quantitative statistics all the time, but we need to tell a story. It would be a lot better if, for instance, if we're going to tell a qualitative story, that we began this pitch with an example of one of the women who are facing some of the challenges due to climate change. And that's one approach for us that are more qualitative. We can take case studies or stories to weave them into our pitch of our project, right? And that makes what we're talking about more personal and also more effective, right? Or alternatively, we can begin with some statistics as well. Or we could do both. We could have some stories and we can have some statistics, right? So that is something that we may want to think about in this case, right? We got to bring that out here. The scope of the problem needs to be dealt with, right? Etta, do you want to jump in? I see you're up there. Yeah, go ahead and jump in.
Yes, remember that we are thinking here like the reviewers. And so just like the reviewer, it's important for you to also ask yourself critical questions. In fact, you must take the back seat and look at it objectively and say, if I had to fund this proposal, what are some of the critical questions that I will need to be answered here for me to go ahead and fund this project? For instance, when I look at the Nwaka Hub, it's an existing one and it seeks to empower local women. So what has it done? And so far that the problem of now providing entrepreneurial capacity for women is a problem. So where have they become stuck? Where they are now asking us to come in and fund. What have they done that they will need us to come in and support them with regards to this area? Because they say that's their vision. So what have they done with that vision so far to now enable us come in and give them support? Because they are not asking us to come and start up the hub for them. They are asking us to come and continue to come and support their vision. But they need to convince us that they have done some work here and then they got stuck with regards to maybe providing this entrepreneurial capacity, and they want me to come now and support them. Support them with what? Support them with maybe training, support them with, training resources or... So that really helps us to be able to understand what is needed, what I should really be funding.
And to build on what Prof. Etta says, there's an assumption that we should invest in this community. Now Brendan's already in this community, and that's good, and that may be one reason. But a funder who's receiving this proposal may have no idea where this place is and may not know whether this is the best place to put their money. So why aren't we investing in another rural community somewhere else? Right? That's the big question. Why are we in this area of Zimbabwe? Tell us about what is unique about this. And also, one of the things you want to tell here, and I want to come to the solution, is we need more evidence that this solution works. Because there's no proof of concept discussed here directly, we need to know why it works. Is there research that shows that peer-to-peer mentorship works or networking works? If so, what does that research show us? Is there personal experience that this works? Tell us about how you piloted this approach here, right? We need to know that this solution actually works. And here's the last thing about the solution, that a lot of funders care about your solution growing above and beyond where it began, right? So they're wondering, okay, fine, we're going to do this project in this rural community, but can we scale this idea to other places of Zimbabwe if we provide some funding? So giving us some idea about how your approach can not only be successful and works, but also if it works even deeper, then it can be scaled or shared in other communities. And oftentimes, not all projects are going to be scalable, right? Not all of us think about, oh, I've got a growth idea, right? That's okay. You do not have to have a scalable idea. That doesn't have to always be a criteria. But a lot of funders do like ideas that have the potential for that scalability. And so it's not just like, oh, I'm giving some money for this small rural community and they're going to do some mentorship and then that's it. They need to know how it will scale. And the last part here that is really a question is this sustainable? If we give funding for this project, this peer-to-peer mentorship, when the funding runs out in a year, 2 years, or 3 years, or whenever it does, how do we know that it's going to, the gains are going to persist into the future? So we have to give some indication here of whether this is going to be sustainable over the long run. And a lot of funders want projects that are going to find a way to self-sustain themselves beyond the funding, because we all know that funding oftentimes is time-bound. It's limited in its scope. So we want to have that impact that is over a longer time horizon. Ghana, why don't you jump in with your comment?
So there are many things that needs to be given attention here. One is the sequencing of your narrative. Your narrative are organically disconnected, and that is why it is important for us to develop the use of outlining to sequence how we want to put together our narratives. If you have a very strong narrative, but if the mode of piecing them together is disjointed, then it's not going to evoke excitement. One of the things that needs to be done here is that the sequencing needs to be revisited. What do you need to say at each step of the process? That's something to pay a lot of attention to. And then the other thing to also pay a lot of attention to here is that you can't just be making a claim that women need to be empowered. This used to be a sellable idea in the past. You need to show evidence that why they need to be empowered. Are they currently disempowered? Some statistic will assist you to showcase this. Just throw in very small statistic that shows that maybe in terms of poverty, the women in the country, they are disproportionately affected compared to the men. So that's something to pay a lot of attention to. Then you use a lot of vocabulary that distract the essence of what you're trying to write about. Addresses socio-ecological challenges. You want to talk about problem of poverty, and at the same time, you're talking about nature-based enterprise development model. This is a lot of grammar. It's being verbose. When you talk about socio-ecological challenges, is it that you want to address the problem of land degradation? If that is the focus of your work, focus on it. If you are trying to address the problem of poverty in rural Zimbabwe by leveraging organic farming, just mention that you are going to be leveraging organic farming. And that's something to pay some attention to. Because the first part says that, what you're trying to do is to address sociological problems through wherever. And then you said the proposed project will build the entrepreneurial capacity of women. But you have not told us that there is a need for building their entrepreneurial capacity, that they lack the entrepreneurial capacity to take advantage of the opportunity in nature-based entrepreneurial activities. There's nothing that so suggests. You leave that to the imagination of your reviewer. And when you leave things to the imagination of your reviewer, what that means is that the problem does not exist because you don't expect them to be looking for the evidence. Mm-hmm. You're meant to provide this evidence. So this is a missing piece in the puzzle. And the other thing is that now you jump to the issue of climate change. This is where, you are all over the map. Now from capacity building, you are talking to, is this a response to our inability of the women to adapt to climate change issue? Impacting agricultural productivity and this. So you put in climate change now. Are these successful, this and this, of course, significant challenges. Now you're talking about agricultural productivity from capacity building, So you can see that you are all over the place. The moment you're all over the place, the reviewer will just be like, oh, we don't have to waste our time on this project. They will just put it as an aside and focus on something else. You need to be specific in terms of what are the issues that will constitute the basis of putting together your narrative. The moment you are here, you are there, you are here, you are there, thinking that will impress your reviewer, that is not the way it works. You need to have laser focus. You need to be super specific, and you need to write compelling and organically well-connected narrative around the issues that matter.
Thanks, Prof. Ghana. And so we reviewed a couple of these. Of course, we could go all day reviewing these, and we enjoy this process, but it's important, and hopefully you're taking notes. And when we provide these comments, and be thinking not just about these examples that we shared, but how that reflects in your own work, because that's the purpose of us giving this feedback to us all, is for us to think about our own work, which is where we're going to end with some final thoughts about what is a good research idea, what is a good social entrepreneurship idea, and then we'll say some final thoughts and close. We'll finish in the next 15 minutes for those of us wondering when we will be finishing our workshop today. Now, a good research idea, and this has been brought out through this feedback, is one that is going to be original and produces new insights. We have to ensure that we're not just simply replicating what other people have already done. The reason why we do research is to form new ideas, get new evidence, provide new insights, not just do what people have done in the past, unless we expect to see a different result. And in our research methods program, we talk about 8 different ways in which we can motivate our research in ways that ensure that our research is going to sort of speak to the novelty and the originality of it. The number one thing that we could do is we can interrogate gaps in the literature, enter an ongoing debate in the field, or offer preliminary comments on preliminary findings of another study. In other words, we have to focus on what we have not seen before, right? And a lot of these examples that we saw here, there was some discussion about how things haven't been done in the past, right? And how we haven't researched a subject, but we need to say that explicitly. Another way in which you enter conversations and you focus on an ongoing debate, that oftentimes is a really good way. So if in your academic space, your research space, if there's a debate between 2 ideas or 2 approaches, and you say that your research is going to help adjudicate that debate, that can be a powerful thing as well. The second thing is we could interrogate an observed puzzle or observe something counterintuitive. A good research project oftentimes is framed around something where we expect to see one thing, but instead we see something else, right? It's counterintuitive. It's a puzzle, right? In my field of political science, there's a puzzle called the dictator's dilemma. It's a puzzle in which dictators themselves, authoritarian leaders, hold elections, right? You would think if you're a dictator, you wouldn't be holding elections. So it creates a puzzle as to why would an authoritarian leader hold an election? Well, I imagine we could talk about this all day, and many of you have some theories as to why. But it makes an interesting research agenda because it's a counterintuitive observation that we view, right? In all of our fields, we may have some counterintuitive findings. For instance, we may have a very religious community that we're observing here, that traditionally in the religious community they have low vaccination rates, but in one particular religious community, or this community in this particular area of the country, has very high vaccination rates. And the research question may be, why does this religious community or this particular locality of this religious community have high vaccination rates, whereas most of the folks within the community don't? That's an interesting puzzle to figure out, right? So think about a puzzle. That can be very intriguing to a funder because you're trying to figure out somewhat of a mystery that's out there. The third one is to apply research to a new context with the expectation of a different or counterintuitive result. One of the things that you want to be aware of is that some people frame their research saying things like this. They say, well, a research study has been done in Kenya. I now want to do it in Uganda, right? And that's all they say, right? But if you're going to replicate a study in another context, you need to expect there to be a different result that you're going to get that's going to be intriguing, or you're going to get the same result, but you expected a different result, right? Or you may want to do that research in that country context because you're trying to speak to policymakers with the power of that research done in the local context. But just to say that I want to do this study because they've done it elsewhere is not a good reason. And believe it or not, a lot of people justify their research in those terms. Oh, they were doing a study here. I want to do it here. And the question is, why do we need to replicate that study? Why do we need to give time and money to do that in another context when we already have evidence of it in another context, right? Maybe it is worth doing, but we need to explain that fully. applying a new methodology or new methodological approach from another field, right? That could be another reason to use research, to frame our research. Say we're using remote sensing technology we didn't have before, and we now want to use remote sensing and GIS technology to be able to, delve into a problem. That could be a good reason for our research, but we need to spell out why that's an important piece. Bring new data to reveal new insights. We have to show that if we are saying that we're going to cultivate more data on a subject where we already have data, then we need to prove that that new data tells us something new. Because if we're just saying, oh, we want to cultivate new data, but we're expecting the same finding, then that's not going to be very helpful to us. It's just, yeah, we got more fine-grained data, but it doesn't help us out. We have to show why that new data is going to change in the ways in which we think about things, the way we're going to operate with things as well. Reflecting on a problem, which we talked a lot about here. The examples that we shared in our discussion here were all built around problem statements, right? That's another approach. And a lot of us are going to build around a problem statement. Theoretical gap. So mentioned in the chat, a theoretical gap would be number one, right? A gap in the existing literature, a ongoing debate. That would be a theoretical gap. So that would be a number one example. So these are, the broad umbrella of those potential thing. Number 7, timely or relevant. Remember in COVID-19 when everyone had a paper, studying democracy in COVID-19, studying vaccination rates in COVID-19, eating food in COVID-19. So every academic paper under the sun was adding COVID-19 to it, and that was like a new research, right? That is good, but know that things that are timely and relevant over time become less timely and relevant. So, and if everyone is saying that what they're doing is based on something that's timely and relevant, then it makes there to be questions whether it really is timely or relevant. So this is a justification that some of us may use for our research, but be very careful because other people may not see it as timely or relevant, or the time has passed, right? So that may not be the only way in which we justify our research. And then finally, number 8, something that has never been explored. But I caution you, that is one of the big ways in which funding proposals die, is that a researcher says, no one has ever done this. And guess what? One of your reviewers may know the article where somebody who has actually done that or done something so similar to it, it's not different enough, right? So be very cautious. You likely never want to say that you're doing something never everyone's done. It's better to say that I'm filling gaps in the literature, or I'm filling gaps of the research that is there, as opposed to saying, I'm doing a wholly new research agenda. I've got a novel idea of this. There are a lot of great people and a lot of great ideas out there, and that can be a bold, oftentimes a very dangerous claim when it comes to funders, right? So just keep that in mind. That's why I put an asterisk next to them. And we talked about each of these in different ways. So let's talk about, some ways to motivate social entrepreneurship ideas. A good social impact idea is original and financially sustainable and has measurable results, right? You're looking for the financial aspects oftentimes when it comes to a social innovation ideas, and sustainability becomes really important in these ideas. So just like research has some similarities to social innovation or social impact idea or business idea. There's similar elements to it, right? Like 1, reflecting on a problem or challenge. You could see that in the second example we reviewed. That was more of a social entrepreneurial approach, right? That was more of an organizational programmatic approach. So reflecting on a challenge or problem is going to be a key strategy. Entering gaps in existing programs and solutions. And this is something that almost nobody did when they shared their ideas. They never talked about the competition. They said, I have a great program for this. I have a great program for that. But is somebody else doing that already? Right? When you go to funders, you're going to realize that funders may already be funding another organization doing exactly what you want to do. And your proposal will not get accepted, not because they don't like you and your idea, because somebody else is already doing it, or they're already funding somebody else who does it. So it's really important that you scope out your funders to know who they're working with and what they're working on, because and what the solutions are out there. Because when it comes to social entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship, the question funders will always ask is, why don't we just maintain the status quo? What will your solution get us above and beyond, and how does it compare to its competitors? And even if you're in the NGO space, nonprofit governmental space, and you're creating some great programs, you also need to think about what you're doing in a competitive analysis space, because you are competing in some senses. I mean, there's room at the table for everyone. But when it comes to financial resources, time, energy, you are competing for those resources, and you need to know what your competition is doing and what you are doing better than your competition to some extent, right? Prof. Ghana, do you want to say something?
Yeah. So, and this is something we need to pay a lot of attention to, particularly the aspect that has to do with working on something that is completely new. Because when we talk about grant idea proposal, it's like a competition. And when we talk about a competition, you always have to think about what is that main factor that is going to hedge you, that is going to distinct you among several other competitors. So, and when we talk about something completely new, and that is why there is, a kind of qualifier in front of it, it does not mean that something out of the extraordinary. That is not necessarily the way we define newness. Newness could be in terms of the way you are looking at that particular problem, the problem context. Maybe you are profiling a new solution that is, underpinned by the concept of creativity. That might be one of the ways you want to think about the newness of a particular idea. And the newness could also come from the perspective of the ways you are trying to provide a solution to that particular problem. It's maybe they've been following a conventional approach. And a very good example is when people want to talk about addressing agricultural productivity, especially in developing countries, the solution usually involves give them chemicals, chemical fertilizer, give them chemical pesticide. But if you have a compelling argument that this has not been working, that instead it has been exacerbating the existing livelihood conditions of the people, that a new approach that you're proposing, which is backed up by anecdotal evidence, is that agroecological approaches could actually be a resilient and sustainable way out of food and livelihood poverty in those contexts. So that means you're proposing something that is outside of the conventional approach to addressing that particular problem. That's something to think about it. And the other thing to think about it is that you might also think about newness, especially when you're talking about something that is related to policy. Maybe the existing way of addressing poverty is just to transfer money to the people. So you might want to look at newness from the perspective of interrogating the underlying assumption. For every single intervention out there, they are based on certain taken for granted assumption about their understanding of the problem, about their understanding of what could be potential solution to that problem. You might be problematizing the taken for granted assumption. If you succeed in problematizing them, raising concerns and about those assumptions, taken for granted foundational assumptions, and you come up with something newer, new set of assumption, to assist us in thinking about the problem, because assumptions could form one of the ways that we try to make sense of a problem. For every problem, we make assumption about what is what and what is what not, and what could be done to address those problems. So it could be another way that the concept of newness, could be implicated to underpin ways to motivate social impact. So there are different ways we can do this. And when we talk about the issue of scaling, you can also be creative in this area. Scaling may not necessarily mean that you are scaling up to a new ecosystem. Scaling could be from the perspective of scaling the impact. It could be envisioned in relation to maybe when the project actually started, it was a pilot. And there was a need for that pilot to be scaled to newer communities that otherwise did not benefit from the pilot. And it does not mean that you are going to be talking about it in a way that you are going to rely exclusively on their money. Scaling should also come with some aspect of sustainability into that plan, how that scaling is going to infuse some element of sustainability into what you're scaling. Because for the most part, people think about scaling from the perspective of the geographical coverage or the beneficiary of a particular social intervention. That is not necessarily true, because if that geographical scaling involves external money, it does not necessarily mean that that solution is scalable, because if the funds are no longer available, it could potentially mean that the idea is going to die off because of lack of external fund. So we need to be creative in terms of how we think about this. And these are some of the ways we can actually infuse our work with impact. And the other thing about impact is also this. Impact could be direct and indirect, and that's something to think about. For the most part, people think about the direct impact, but there could also be indirect impact. And that's something else that we also need to think about more creatively and within the context of our project.
And as Prof. Ghana, you're charging with us is number 5, which is perhaps we need to find new financial models that make what we do financially sustainable, right, in new ways, which is another way we can justify our social entrepreneurial piece. Also timely and relevant, and we can also say we do something completely new. But as we talked about in competitive analysis, we are going to find people who are doing something similar. It may not be in our country or our locality, but elsewhere. So be very careful with that justification. So the last thing we're going to say is, the last piece of tips when it comes to writing out these ideas is clarity of language and avoiding disciplinary jargon as much as possible. Prof. Ghana emphasized that in his feedback to the examples that we looked at. The use of significant research, particularly stylized facts and figures. We talked about the importance of using previous research to help tell the story of why we're doing what we're doing. Highlighting the magnitude and scope of the contribution that we're making. That was another thing that we need to do better in some of those examples. We need to show that we're making a major contribution. If it's research, that we're going to change sort of the nature of the ways people think about something within research. If it's social entrepreneurship, it's to make sort of people's lives better or to make what we're doing more sustainable. So that's another thing. And connection to existing initiatives. Sometimes it's helpful for us to connect what our work is to international or other national type of priorities that are out there to show that what we're doing is relevant to what stakeholders are already thinking about and doing in their strategic plans, both at a governmental level as well as non-governmental level as well. And then finally, some common mistakes, and we've reflected on a few of these. The framing is not thoroughly researched. We want to make sure that whether we're doing a research project or a social entrepreneurial project, that we need to research the basis for and the foundations for what we're doing, that there's no competitive analysis addressed in the proposal and it assumes that there are no existing efforts or research. There's no pilot to demonstrate feasibility and illustrate an effort to do the work. And there is no evidence that the idea is feasible. We didn't talk so much about feasibility here, but that's another part of this as well that we need to show, is that if we are given this money, we're able to carry out what we expect to do and do so in a way that is highly feasible, right? And in many ways, us researchers as well as social entrepreneurs have a higher bar than a lot of people we see in our society, because a lot of the times you see a lot of people who say, yeah, a lot of companies that will build the roads in our countries, and then all of a sudden they run out of the funds that they delegated for that road, and then they have to keep topping up money and money and money. In Ghana, there's the story of the National Cathedral, in which a lot of money has been spent and there's been pretty much no work other than the clearing the zone that's been done. unfortunately, that's what happens out there in those spaces. But for us as researchers and entrepreneurs, I think the bar is a lot higher, right? When we are given a budget, we are expected to carry out what we're doing within that budget, even though in other spaces, in these sort of more corrupt spaces, money is going left, right, and center. And we may be wondering to ourselves, if we could just get some of those resources, we could make a real impact. And I really believe that that will occur. So let's talk about the assignment and then say our final words for this grant writing and funding workshop 2025. So as mentioned at the beginning, you'll receive an email on Monday. So it'll be probably around Monday morning, by Monday midday for most of us. So there's no need to email to the Institute to ask where that email is. It will be shared with you. And what will be there is a summary of what we talked about to some extent, and the video recording so you can view it. Our media team will edit the video and provide some basic bookmarks so you'll be able to navigate around the recording. In addition to that, some additional resources as well, like those funding opportunities, just some. And again, it's not going to be every single resource under the sun, but just a few that to get you started in this. And then there will be a link to a form that you will need to submit to certify a official participation certificate. And that is for you to submit or resubmit, if you did submit earlier, your funding pitch for your funding ideas, taking into account everything that we talked about here. And then in a number of weeks or months, whenever the certificates are ready to go, there'll be an email that will mention that to you, and you'll receive a PDF of your certificate. But it is our hope that you will hopefully participate or apply in the next cycle for the full grant writing and funding program and participate in that program, because as you see from today's discussion, in our 4.5 hours we've been together, we've begun to just kind of scratch the surface of what it means to put together a quality portfolio for ourselves, as well as the projects that we want to, be able to move forward and to advance. And so that's obviously a longer conversation. It requires a lot of feedback and mentorship, and that's one of the things that we value here at the Institute in our flagship program and in that model that transpires over a number of weeks and months. So hopefully you'll apply. If you do, there will be a section for you to validate that you participated in this workshop, because there is a priority to those who participate in this workshop and complete it successfully to partake in the full program. I will also share the links to the Institute to get connected, and these links will be in the post-workshop email on Monday as well. But invite you to sign up on the interest form to get an alert. Coming back to what Etta said, the Institute uses alerts and its mailing list to tell people when applications open. This is a place that you can share your interest, say, in this program, and you'll receive an email the day that the call for applications opens for the next cycle, which will likely be, it's not clear yet, but it's likely to be early next year, similar time as this year. So I think that's everything to share here. Obviously, connect with the Institute. The due date for the funding pitch, I forgot to mention this, is Wednesday, June 4th. So you'll have about a week and a half to resubmit that pitch through the form that we share with you. Not the form that was shared with you in the earlier email, but the exit form for the workshop. And that's a great place to be there. And we're looking forward to seeing some really exciting ideas that come through. So with those final pieces here, it was asked, I thought there was going to be a final batch in September. That may or may not happen in September. There is discussion about running the grant writing and funding program later this year, but obviously we are working on the programmatic and other things and the scheduling, because as you know, here at the Institute, our big flagship 4 programs are quite intensive. So they do take a lot of time, a lot of energy, and our scholars do wonderful things out of those programs. So we are looking at that possibility, but it may not be until the early part of next year that we'll have the next cohort of grant writing and funding. But with that, Prof. Etta, Prof. Ghana, do you want to say your final words here as we conclude our workshop today? Our final thought.
It's been a longer, we stayed together for more than 4 hours, close to 5 hours. And that is enough for a master program in grant writing. A lot has been learned, and it shouldn't end here. You need to create more time to listen to the video and write down the take-home point for you, what you've learned in this section, and 1 or 3 things that you need to improve upon in order for you to be better situated to be successful in your grant writing endeavor. It's when we approach grant writing, we shouldn't approach it with the AI mentality. Because one of the biggest issue with AI platforms is that they give you instantaneous response. There's this make believe that it's always going to be straightforward. No, there is a learning curve involved in every learning endeavor. And one place where this is actually true and reflective of reality is in the grant writing ecosystem or sphere. So it requires a lot of work. And the more you invest quality time and quality brain power into the process, the better you actually become. And learning is not enough. It requires doing. Every single effort you make, putting a grant proposal together, learning from your previous mistake is a growth process that will see you becoming an expert and more successful in your grant application effort. We are here to support you until the end of time. And we look forward to your continued participation in our various programs. And feel free to reach us to us whenever you need support, whenever you need to be ahead in order for you to be successful. That is the reason why we assist. We assist to support you to be successful in your professional journey and to use whatever you've learned to bring about transformative change, which is more important to us at the Leaders of Africa Institute. We wish you the best of the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Prof. Ghana. Prof. Etta.
You are all doing very great. You're doing great work. And resource mobilization is one of the aspects that can extend the impact of the work that you're already doing. However, it's important to understand that this is a competitive process and the funders are equally making investments. So it's important that if we want to beat that competition, we must be genuine and intentional about the proposals that we put forth. We are looking forward to have very great pitches from you, and we want to encourage you, whatever opportunity you see, go for it, prepare for it, and we wish you all the best with that. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you, Prof. Etta. And I'll echo what Prof. Etta and Prof. Ghana said, that we look forward to engaging you in this space, particularly because many of you have some wonderful and innovative ideas. We saw those come in over the last day in advance for today's workshop and in preparations. And we look forward to also receiving those after the workshop, after Monday, when you have the ability to share that. And we want to encourage you to continue down that path to mobilizing resources. As we started off today's workshop, we understand there are a lot of challenges, both domestically, within your country, internationally, when it comes to providing the resources or obtaining the resources that we need to do great research and to have a social impact in the communities and the world that we live in. But we're here together to support each other in that venture, and it really begins here in today's grant writing and funding workshop. And we want to encourage you to continue that wonderful work, and also to continue to engage with the Institute and ourselves as well along your journey. So as Prof. Ghana says, make sure to keep in touch and stay engaged. And so with that, I want to wish everyone a healthy, happy, and fruitful rest of your day, evening, or morning, depending on where you're joining us from. Take care, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.